Welcome to the verdict room. Pull up a seat. We're seeking the truth. Dropping in week after week. Yeah. Last 24, lay it out on the table. True crime experts peeling back every angle. Looking for answers, real exact. In the timeline, track by track. Wrong's telling tales, she keeps us in line. Every little detail, every tiny sign. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe. Coffee on the counter, new case, same day. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Hey! Typically unique, but the method is clean. Red string on the board, map out every scene. Replay the last call, rewind the last text. If it don't add up, they on to what's next. Side eyes, alibis, tear them apart. Trail through the dark with a flashlight heart. Bronx on the story, keeping pace on the track. Every minute, every motive, never holding it back. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Week after week, you know the sea's still warm. Cold case heat brewing up in the storm. From the Bronx to the booth, they connect every clue. When the hammer hits the wood, you know the verdict is you. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They drop the gavel one last time and the truth keeps pulling you back. Yeah.
Hello?
Man.
Hello?
Hello! Anybody out there?
Yeah.
What happened to Kim?
Oh, she.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Maybe she's got the rolling high up power outage.
There she is.
There
Oh,
she is.
there's
I was
Mr.
messing with stuff.
Mrs.
Hi, guys.
TU.
Look at that lighting back there.
I had
So
to get my
pretty.
nighttime set up. Thank you.
Aw.
It looks awesome. Very cool. I like it. Good evening, hello, and good evening. And my first and foremost, my apologies that it is 8:45 in the evening, not 6 p.m. It was a stormy day today here in Ohio, and I lost power until about, I don't know, an hour ago. So that is why we are late. It is all my fault. You can blame me for everything. It's okay. But we did not want to miss out doing this with you guys. We all agreed that we wanted to be here, so here we are.
Yeah, we couldn't wait.
Right.
Hey, at least it's not like the old school days with the internet.
Yeah. Yes.
That storm was no joke. We both got it. It came through here like crazy. We even had sirens going off earlier.
We did too, because the reason why I had no power is because whatever we had, I don't think it was a tornado, but it was something close. It picked a tree up out of the ground, roots and all, and threw it across the street and took out power, internet, everything. Just blew it all out. So I gotta love say Ohio Edison was on the ball for what the pictures that we saw. Somebody in the city that I live in took pictures and put it up on there's a local Facebook page, and they were like, "This is why nobody has power out on this road," which is where I live, because it took everything out. It took the wires and pulled all the poles together, type cartoon looking shit. It was crazy. So
it was probably Caden.
Yeah, could have been. But they were on top of that shit fast and got it back on within a couple hours. I would have never expected with what I saw that they'd have been done already. So I'm grateful. Here we are, and we can do it.
Yesterday I was walking Bronx in the afternoon, and we had quite a storm yesterday, and my phone's been sitting in a bag of rice for over 24 hours. So
Was it a storm or a shit storm?
Yeah.
Have you checked it? Is it wet?
It's fine now, but it just started taking a charge within the past couple hours.
Oh wow.
But yeah, and I have cases and stuff on my, like, I just have never had a problem with my phone, so I was shocked that it said that the charging port was wet.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Kim, how was your night?
Yes.
Oh
Late
my
one.
gosh. I didn't go to bed till like 4 a.m. because we were at the dirt track
Wow.
racing, and it got over at like 11, and it took us that long to go back and forth with the cars that we have, picking them up. And I only had to do one trip home, and then I stayed home and made something to eat because we didn't eat all night. And I'm like, you guys go do the lugging back and forth, and I'll stay home. And I had food ready when they got home. Then we all went to bed.
Nice. Yeah, you guys got to look into getting one of those used, obviously, because I'm sure even used they're expensive. One of those multi-car trailers, because them things.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could probably
That's
pick
hard.
up a 30-foot enclosed for like $4,500 or something.
Used, yeah.
You'd be
for sure.
surprised.
But you got to be able to put.
I don't know. We got a single one that was
Is it brand new?
less than 2,000. Oh no. We got a
Okay.
single one, but that was over 1,000. But
Well,
yeah,
it might help. Either way, you guys are like the.
it was fun.
These guys are like the Jeffersons rolling down the road, huh?
Yep.
Oh my God. It's
No. I understand. There's a lot to take, you know.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I was
Welcome.
trying to videotape, and they just go round and round. So I'm like, following them around the track. But there's 4 of them out there. My husband, my daughter, my nephew, and I'm trying. They're all going different, I'm like, where are they at? Where are they going?
Are the
That was
tracks made out of clay?
There's a lot of clay in the dirt, but they're just dirt. But they have a water truck. They go around and they spray the water
Spray it
on
down.
them, and so they're real slick. And yeah,
Yep,
When I
yep.
was 15, I went to my first race like that, and obviously it was like, clay dirt type stuff. But
Yes.
I had never been, so I wore my hair was longer than it is now.
She
Back
touches
then,
her
I wore
hair.
my hair down and a brand new white shirt.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, my whole face, my teeth, everything. I was just black, just
You
covered.
get covered.
Yeah.
So much fun though.
Yeah.
Especially if you're coming out of a turn. Oh yeah.
So much.
Yeah,
fun.
them tires like to spit all sorts of dirt.
It's real on asphalt too. Like I was telling Kim with like those outlaws, those open wheel outlaws. You'll get rubber that'll come up and hit you in the head.
Yes.
It's real.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to stand on the sidelines because I worked on the rescue crew for
Oh, you sleep
a
in
place
that
called
shit.
Sharon Speedway, which is out here, and we would stand off to the sidelines watching things just in case some shit went down. And we were worse off standing there every night when we would do the races than we would be going into a house fire. I'm telling you,
Mhm.
covered in dirt, rubber, soot, everything. It was crazy.
Shit flying.
Carlos had an incident. He I think it was in the heat race. They have huge tractor tires around the infield.
Yeah.
And someone was in front of him and he didn't see it, and he got air. He like went a little bit airborne. I thought he was gonna flip the car. I freaked out. Oh my God.
Everything's good.
That's not good. Yeah, he was okay. He was totally fine. Just broke
Yeah,
like the
them
tie
are-
rod or whatever you call it.
I've seen a few of them things, especially those little what are them little things called with the little fins on the back? They're tiny, not normal sized cars, but them things. Oh my God, they'll get moving, and that fin that's on the back will pick those cars up.
Aren't
off the
those the
ground.
outlaws? Aren't those the outlaw
Oh.
cars?
Is that what
you're-
those are called? I thought they were mini.
Yeah,
something.
the ones with the wings on the top.
Yeah, the
yeah.
Yeah, they're like wing sprints, and then the
The little
open wheel
sprint
outlaws.
cars.
cars.
That's
That's,
it,
what they
sprint.
are. The sprint cars.
Those
So
things are-
every race that I was at, every time those would run, one
Yeah.
would flip up and bounce, and they would roll and bounce, and we were constantly running back and forth after those because that fin, when they
Mhm.
get certain speed going, that fin picks them up off the ground, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh shit. So yeah,
We don't mess with that. But yeah,
And
that
we're-
was my night. It was fun.
Yeah, those things are
sounds
wild.
like it. Good stuff. Everybody's asking about Bronxy.
Bronxy is, he's the same, but I feel like we took one little small step possibly forward as of last night. I figured out how to get him some powdered vitamins, which I was unable to do before. So I put it inside some rice. Normally he doesn't eat rice, he won't touch it, but I made some rice to where he would touch it and put the vitamins in there. And today he was licking the bowl. So I feel like that is a good step until we can get him into a specialist.
Good stuff. That is exciting. Hopefully he'll start to pick up some of his weight again, a little muscle tone back and all that.
Yep.
And Mikey, how was your week, buddy?
It was real good, actually.
Good.
Yep.
Good.
Making moves, doing fun stuff. Last night was fantastic. Thanks for everybody showing up. I was backstage though, and I was thinking, I was like, man, my two buddies here, Logan, Bronxy had some things going on, but then Dago, he fell out too. I was out there with the Wolves last night. And then Kim was out racing, I'm like, shit, man, that shit got.
Yeah, but you pulled it off for real.
That was
You had such a great show last night.
That was a very positive show, and it was a very lots of people in there too.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. Conversation was great.
Yeah.
I don't care what we're talking about, and it's always been this way, and I'll say it again and again because I've known Jules since we've all both been out here from the start. Any conversation I've ever had with Jules is always fun and interesting, no matter what. So
yeah, she was supposed to leave at an hour and a half tops.
4 hours later.
Yeah.
I know. I got home. I'm like, oh my God, he's still alive.
Right.
I'm like, I made it.
She's great to talk with. She really is. And she makes some great points. And I just love having a conversation. And of course, Joff helps a lot. He's always got something interesting to talk about. So it was a great show, buddy. You did great with it. I'm very super excited it's going that way. I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job, bud. And I know it'll just get better.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Miss Bianca. Welcome, everybody. We are not ignoring you. We just do this every week. So welcome to all of you. It's great to have you all here from every channel. As always, everybody from the Peeps pen, whatever you guys call it down there with Miss Kim over at Typically Unique.
The Coop.
The Coop. That's it. The Coop. Oh, the little peeps. Peep.
I'm in a rough spot right now.
Yeah.
In this like rebranding thing.
Yes.
You don't even want to know the.
Well, Dylan's trying to do that too, and he was asking me. I said, I don't know. I got lucky. They picked the meatballs with me. I didn't have to pick nothing. So
I feel like I'm better with other people's stuff than mine.
Yeah.
Well, look, we just learned our name in the past month.
Yeah, it takes time.
Yeah.
All of the pack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Canine.
Yeah, because Logan's had a few different names: the Turtles, the Believers, the Pack. And if the Pack stuck, we'll get you there, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it'll come to you. Dago suggested mine. I was like, oh yeah, the Peeps.
Yeah, that is good.
I went with the little chick theme.
Yeah, it works. And she's got her pimp peeps out there dancing, doing their thing. Gave me the idea for Manny the Meatball. We all work together in more ways than one. Yeah. Oh, I'm in labor and watching. Wow.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That's incredible.
Yes,
I hope it goes smoothly for you.
Enjoy every minute of it too.
Please do. God bless, hon. We're all pulling and praying for you. Absolutely.
Aww.
Even that pain. Think of what a blessing that is. My goodness.
Yes.
Get an
incredible.
Wow. Congratulations. That's amazing. Have a baby born watching our show. That's crazy, guys. Yeah, Mikey, we'll get a name figured out for you. Same with Dylan. We'll figure one out for him. He was like, I don't know what to put in a thing. I said, just let it happen. It happens. It happens when it wants to happen, It is what it is. Crazy. Another crazy week has passed. A lot of things have happened, as always, in this insanity case that we're never going to get away from because they're never going to give any truth to it. So we're learning lots of new things. Lots of things, and the Bash Bryan tour is still going on with the Gonsalves, of course.
The hidden files.
Yeah, hidden files. We learned some seriously, really interesting information. Thank you to Accomplished Day and Connor again. Basically justifying everything we thought for the past 4 years, that they're lying and hiding things from us. Surprise.
So is that where the stuff went from? Whatever got messed up in the fridge or whatever? Like, is that someplace?
No idea. No idea. I don't even think that happened. I'll be honest with you. At this point, I don't think that happened.
I never
Because-
thought it was an actual thing.
Right, because most of
That
that
was
stuff,
like a-
we looked into that quite a long time back. Most of that stuff doesn't need to be refrigerated, okay? I'm not
Right.
saying all of it doesn't, but some of it, quite a bit of it doesn't have to be refrigerated. So what would that even mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that I believe any of that. So I think these are excuses that are thrown at us and laid out there so that we're trying to shut us up. Well, here we sit. So think about
And
it.
that's because nobody was really looking at it carefully, looking into it like we do. So to the people that they have to deal with normally, they can just say, oh, a couple things got, maybe messed up because the refrigerator accidentally, true or not true. They just, as long as they say something, as long as they have an explanation, and then no one bats an eye and they move on. Just like they're saying about like what was discovered with this second filing system. How has it been described even by the people who probably discovered it? Oh, they just have other files. They just have
Right.
another file. I found it, hidden in some other file. No, it's not just other files.
It's
It's way
completely
Don't
different
worry
server.
about them because they're no evidentiary value, which is a freaking opinion.
That's your opinion.
You
That's
know,
your
it'd be
opinion.
some
Right.
shit, guys. I bet you this all pins to around the same time that they shut off Steve G information. We can't talk to him anymore. When that was
Could be.
MPD
Oh,
said,
because he put it on blast.
Very well could be. Very well could be. And that's exactly what's going on with this, okay? And it's going to continue to keep going, and we're going to continue to keep learning. I'm sure there's worse things than what we've learned. Again, thank you to Connor and Accomplice Dave for figuring this out with us. And then, again, within the information we found out, Connor tells us about, this one really blew my mind, about a girl that he spoke to personally, okay? So it's not faked any which way you look at it, who interviewed with MPD, gave a video over from her phone, and then they tried to say that she said, oh, I might have been mistaken, because in the video it shows Ethan in the background arguing or fighting with somebody, and then not acting himself, kind of keeping to himself. And they tried to say, oh, well, she said she was mistaken. It wasn't Ethan. She never fucking said that. Excuse my language, but wow. And then she goes and requests her video, and they tell her it doesn't exist. She gave it to them herself.
I bet that shit was at the Whites.
It could have been. It very well could have been. I'm just saying, but this is the limit that they're going to, guys. The extent that they're going to hide the things they're hiding, to change that. How many other times has that happened? Let's ask that question. We know that happened for one for sure, at least one time for sure. So do you think it didn't happen more times?
Huh. Well, here's the big question. If they went around and canvassed the brick apartment, whatever, well, where's the body cam of when they should have canvassed the Whites, huh? And all the other houses. So where's that?
Well,
Oh my gosh, look at Accomplished comment.
I emailed all the information to Mike Baker at New York Times to release the article. Oh, buddy.
That's my
Good deal.
girl. Go girl.
Good job.
I love that.
That's it. There you go.
I freaked out for a minute because I saw emailed and then I saw Mike and I went. I was
Somebody's going to open this up and put it out, guys.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it, period.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Yes.
Especially
Somebody has to do it.
She say New York Times. Who interviewed his sister, Bryan Kohberger's sister?
Yep.
Mike Baker. Same
yeah.
guy.
Okay, that's the guy. He's at least been impartial by a couple of the things that they have put out. They wrote about the plea, or him, the appeal.
Yeah.
So that's a great person.
And
Good
wasn't that the last one that Whitcomb left his last interview with before the plea came out, if I'm not mistaken?
Say that one more time, Mike, the whole thing.
If I'm not mistaken, Whitcomb, his last interview that he did was with somebody from there before the plea came out.
It was a woman, right?
It was a woman, I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it was from
Yeah.
the NYP.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Good. Like that's exactly what needs done. The world needs to see and hear this news. She's emailed things off to different news channels, different people. She's trying to get people to see this, to put it out. Okay. And it's going to show us, if people aren't wanting to put this out, it's going to show us that there's something wrong. Okay. I'm praying to God that Baker sees this and writes an article on it, because we need it. It
Yeah.
needs to be out there.
I mean,
They need it exposed, period. So
they've exposed some interesting things in history, I will say.
oh yeah. Yeah.
I feel like this FOIA stuff coming out is pretty much just as big as Bryan Kohberger filing the post-conviction relief.
I agree.
I think there's some people that don't even realize how big this is.
Very important. Very important.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Who's letting that shit loose? Like I was saying last night, it's like they got interns in there working. Like, who just decided to like stop redacting shit and etc. It seems loose.
I mean, hey. Speaking of accomplished, have you heard back from Miss Amber yet? Because I'm starting to wonder. I'm wondering if Amber walked off the job at this point. Just saying. And I wouldn't blame her if she did. I really wouldn't blame her if she did.
She's probably got stock in the university, Joe. She can't. She tied.
Who knows?
She acts like it.
I think social media has.
Wait, look.
Oh.
G just said that Amber's position is posted.
Oh, wow.
See,
is it really?
Unless they're posting another one because they're so overwhelmed with all the things we're asking for.
Right.
Yeah.
They might be adding another person. What I was going to say when we did the live regarding all the FOIA stuff, and I said I was going to say something. I said, no, I won't say that. It wasn't anything bad. It was just at one point when I talked to Amber, she did tell me that she was the only one that did that job. I don't know if it's changed. I don't, but at one point, not that long ago, she did tell me that from her own mouth. So that's the only reason why I thought that.
On this date, Jack Monkey. I wonder what date that was posted.
She should have had help in there the whole time anyway. Like, they shouldn't leave somebody in there to do this all by themselves, which because think of the mistakes that could happen. Somebody's trying to do all of this day after day after day. They should want somebody else, 2 people in there with her, at the very least, in my opinion, to make sure there aren't mistakes made, that things are getting done in the right amount of time, things like that. And
it's not in the budget.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, paying some certain patrol officers $150,000 a year is in the budget, but you know, it is what it is. Just saying. So, very interesting points and interesting info to come out at a good time. At a good time, because I'm curious to see how the reactions are going to be to all of this from them, not so much us, because I know how we were going to react, but I'm curious to see how they react to maybe our reaction. You know, are the Gonsalves going to see this and say anything? Probably not, because they haven't at all for about anything. So I don't expect it now.
Well, you know what the narrative is going to be. It's that other system just has nothing in there is important. It's just all the stuff that has nothing to do with the case.
50.8 terabytes worth. Yeah.
That was all the communication with the FBI, and they got
a whole lot of shit that doesn't have nothing to do with the case, Kim. 50.8 terabytes. Wow.
Yeah.
It's only the perpetrator's interview.
When Chris Whitcomb stated that when he was writing his book, he was sent files, and there was one little file icon that he looked different or something, and then he never clicked on it, decided, what is this? And said he clicked on it, and it opened up into a crap ton of other files that ended up having important stuff in there. Does anybody remember like what it was labeled or anything about that little file?
Didn't it have something to do with the hair though?
Yeah, that was, I think, was that in there?
What did he say he found once he got in there? Was it the photo? Was it?
It was
And I'm
one of
gonna-
the important things,
I
like
had
the
some-
hair or the. I don't know if it was the hair.
had some,
it was something.
unique comments on my from my live last night on somebody that really pinned on a couple of things that he mentioned in the book that pins to exactly where you're going. So I'm gonna find those. At the
See if
same
I
time.
happen to stumble upon it in the book.
Just do
I'm
it.
just curious what he stated that it was actually labeled. Right? Rui says it was labeled unimportant shit. Don't click on me.
Debris. Okay. Like, oh my
Debris.
god.
Business label. Or Nunya. It was called Nunya. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think our community gets how important this is, but it obviously hasn't spread far enough yet, or I don't know.
The buck stops quick, Kim.
The buck stops what?
Quick.
Apparently.
Mm-hmm. Just like Carlos coming around that corner and hitting that tire.
I'm still curious how Whitcomb even got these files, because the words that came out of his mouth was he got them from a ex FBI agent.
That
If
was a
they're
friend.
ex FBI, how would they even have it to give it to another ex or retired FBI? It just doesn't make any sense. Just because you're law enforcement doesn't mean you're privy to other cases that you're not working on.
Mm-hmm. This is the thing, because I think he said is basically like somebody he worked with.
Mhm.
So who the fuck did he work? I mean, anyways, and then it just sparked his interest that he just wanted to throw this into basically an AI system and have it spit out some shit at this perfect timing, just all right before he's going to be the guy that's going to, in my opinion, roll this shit out for all of this to start.
All you need is a username and password to get in. So if someone could have slipped that to somebody,
Yeah, absolutely.
you just have to be able to access it, the system.
No.
But I just don't think that's legal.
Well, tit for tat. I mean, is that how you counter, if what they're doing is illegal, and how do you catch them when they're hiding stuff?
Zoinks.
You know?
Yeah.
I just don't understand why like the defense isn't talking about stuff like this. Or maybe they will. I don't know.
That's the question. When I heard this, that's the first thing that really gave me something to question Ann Taylor. Like, why wasn't she screaming about this?
Does she know?
Right.
Does this mean that there
yeah.
may be stuff in that other server that she doesn't even ever receive?
They shut her down when she asked for a discovery for what they did with the freaking car. I mean,
So even let's assume she didn't know let's assume she didn't know until the EWU lawsuit got filed. But once
Right.
that got filed and this paperwork's in there, you would think, because she's still technically representing Bryan, right? With the redactions.
I haven't seen any retraction, so yeah,
right.
I would think.
So
Or
I think at some point she should know.
well,
I hope.
yeah. I mean, if it's true that said that was seeing her quite often, him quite often.
But
Or
she's not said, but she didn't say anything.
Yeah.
So that's
or the
what
other
makes
side of it is she
sus.
did know about it, and that's even worse.
I think
So,
she knew about it.
I think a lot of people probably feel that way too, but I don't know which way I feel at this point yet, because we don't know a whole lot of anything from her side of things. That's the problem. Okay. And I'm really trying to wait. Go ahead. Sorry, Logan.
No, go ahead. You can finish.
All I was saying is I'm really trying to wait before I pass full judgment on the defense and Ann Taylor. I'm really trying to wait and see if there's anything that ever comes from this, an explanation as to everything that has happened with that side of things. And if there ever is, at that point, it just kind of leaves us no choice but to believe what we believe. So go ahead. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Is there something about this case, or maybe it is just the crime itself, that is so high and everybody is so scared all the way to Ann Taylor to speak on the truth? We know that people are not speaking on the truth and that it's for a reason. They're obviously scared, but things have been leaked purposefully since day one of this crime. If you remember things on 4chan and things like that, there was information leaked on there that was absolutely true. Somebody knew that information.
Yes.
And I do think it was law enforcement that was possibly Papa Rogers or whoever. But something about this, everybody's terrified to speak on it. And I mean everybody. But some people want to get it out there, so they're putting it, leaking it.
Well. I'll let y'all start and I'll end with my BS at the end.
I do believe there is, Logan. I've thought this for a long time. There seems to be a fear of sorts that quite a few people it seems that they have a fear of something. The people that live in the town, the students surrounding it, possible witnesses, all the way, like you said, down to the defense team. Maybe even the judge, for all we know. I don't know. But there seems to be a bit of a fear of something, possibly, that is making people step as far away from this as they can.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody knows Kaylee. Everybody seems to have the same mundane story. And now we're just finding out that from Connor, who has spoken to somebody that was there, like you said earlier, that saw Ethan get in an argument. And that wasn't, and think of how many people were around them. And
Nobody's
not one
talking
person said anything about it. Nobody.
What you think, Kim?
They were asked specifically too, Logan, did you see anything weird that night? Did anything strange happen that night? Anything odd or out of place? Not a damn word.
No.
And yes, Kim, what do you think?
I was looking at the book. I'm trying to find that part in there about the.
She has a missing tab, Joe.
She has the Bible out.
Were you talking about specifically a person or just in general them asking?
Just in general, I think, all around.
Oh yeah, I feel like every time I listen to an interview, I'm like, why aren't you? It seems like they're not asking the most important question in every interview. Like I know we might pull up that newest one, that AR one with Connor, but they talk about Jack Showalter in that, and like that's the guy that was with them last. Like there's a couple questions in there that you're gonna be like, why aren't you asking this?
Well, think about that other. Go ahead, Mike.
No, you roll.
Well, that other interview that they dropped. What the hell was the name? Where they said, shit, I can't think of the name, but anyway, they said that she was there with Ethan. I think she was there with Ethan and Xana till 2 a.m. And then the dude came back to the house at 3:30 in the morning. That interview in itself, I'm like, wait, what? And
She said that there was someone at the 1122 house.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's how I took it. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is interesting to me, because if you think about it, Dylan is posting pictures, editing and posting pictures at 3:33 in the morning. To me, that kind of looks like somebody's there, people are there, you're entertaining, you're up, you're awake, you're keeping yourself busy, editing, posting picture, just hanging out type of thing, or a party, or
That's crazy. But yet this one gal happened to lose her selfies, huh? And I don't know. In my opinion, they split this 3 ways between the FBI, MPD. The FBI they were trying to find the real killers. MPD was to flush the bullshit, and ISP was into. There's so many ways you could see. I swear, if you like really paid attention to the way they interviewed these kids, the way they directed them, and down to interviewers, it's just wild. I don't know.
Point.
It makes it look like what were they doing? I was thinking about that today. I'm like, did they cut that stuff out? like, are they just not giving us
I don't doubt it.
that like they really did ask some of these questions, but they're just cutting it out so we don't know? But
Well,
that's
just I don't doubt anything. They told. Okay, here's a good point. They told Connor and I both. I found out last night. We both um requested the Sadie Buck interview. They told both of us that it didn't exist, I think, at one point, and then now we find out about the Synology drive. There's no way on the planet that interview doesn't exist because she was on the witness list for one. Two, they did a interview with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend brought her up. So any real investigation, the boyfriend says her name, they're automatically going to jump over to do an interview with her as well as they did in with everything else. So, but it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
okay. So then think about this. If Ann Taylor knows that that interview exists, because that's how she would put her on the witness list, then
Right.
Ann Taylor must have access to the system then that interview is in.
I have to agree.
But we don't necessarily know that the interview is in that system.
Well, I mean, yes,
Not for
because
sure, but
we're also told that's a federal interview. We don't have it. But
Oh,
see,
yeah.
when you talk to the feds, they say we gave everything back to Moscow. When you talk to ISP, we gave everything back to Moscow. So who's telling the truth and who's not?
Thank you, Bianca, for the 5 gifted. We appreciate you so much. Welcome to our new members to the pack. The
This is
very
K9
awesome.
crew.
This is where
Thank you, Miss
my
Bianca, as
opinion,
always.
I think, comes into play.
What, Mike?
This is where my opinion, I think, really comes into play. You got to think. I personally think that the A group, you know who I'm talking about, the Aryans. I feel like they have overrun and topped the law enforcement in the state of in that region so much that it's gotten to the point where they just said, we're going to get into bed with these guys. You got to think, what does it fuel for law enforcement? Look at all the grants, all this. It keeps them going. It fuels more people. They can't control them, so you might as well join them. And you can look at all the slime bags that just go along with it. And you got to think, Ann Taylor, that was defending Bryan Kohberger, she was also given a case of the Aryans at the same time. And if this is really the truth that they were involved in this with the Ruggies, ain't that some shit?
Agreed. Thank you, Sleuthy. So much appreciated, dear. God bless, hon. And as well, Sweet Pete, thank you for those as well.
You can see it with the informants. Look at Molly. Look at the BS pullover. Look at frickin' what's her face in the white truck. Oh, just let her go over to Washington. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
Does
right
this
there.
make it seem any more suspicious to any of you that the 4 victims in a house of 6 people were the only 4 that had prior police contact?
Yeah, just like Bryan Kohberger.
That is
huh?
kind of interesting. I never thought about that, Logan. Damn it.
Ethan was in the frickin' what was it, the Volvo or whatever that wagon was.
Yeah.
Subaru.
And then you got,
Well, didn't Bethany have an accident right before this too? I don't know if it was a DUI, but I heard that it was possibly.
It was a like a 3-car crash, and she was like in the middle.
Okay.
But I don't think it was in Moscow, or
Okay.
it wasn't Moscow police that she
I
had
got you.
contact with. But what is interesting about that crash is the lady that I believe got hit and then hit the back of Bethany's car. When she was, now don't quote me, but it's something close to this. When she was asked about giving her story, she said that she is scared to speak due to the people involved in this crash.
and that was the girl that asked for her father, right?
That I don't remember.
Wait, say that.
Oh,
ask
no,
that
no. This
question
was
again.
the other one.
Which girl?
This was the girl that crashed into the hydrant. Sorry, my bad.
The one in front of Kohberger's apartment.
I swear she had a similar fear of, she kept asking for her dad. She was like delusional. There was some weird shit with that one too, which happened.
I think
around
she
the
had
same
some
time.
mental health issues, to be honest with you, based on what I saw from her video, body cam video. There were some things or she was on some serious drugs or something.
But
Maybe a little-
Logan is talking about, are you talking about the high school crash that Kaylee had?
Bethany. Bethany was in a crash, and that's why she didn't have her RAV4 at the time. She was just in a crash like a month or two prior
Yeah,
to the crime.
But
that's
who
what I was talking about
Oh.
earlier. Yeah,
Huh?
are you talking about? That's why Bethany was afraid to talk. You're saying
No,
that was
not Bethany. The person who hit Bethany, the
Oh.
woman, was afraid to speak and tell her side of what happened. She said she was fearful because of who is involved in this accident. We don't know if she was fearful of Bethany and her people. We don't know if she was fearful of the guy that Bethany hit in front of her, which was like a 16-year-old high school kid. So I don't know why she'd
that's
be
a
afraid of
wild
them.
statement to make.
Mhm.
That's
that
interesting.
like the police.
Where'd you find that at, Logan?
report? Yeah.
I listened to Lana read the report off.
Wonder who her high
Wow,
school
that
friends
is
were.
wild.
Bang.
Yeah, a long time ago, Lana
Interesting.
got all the information on Bethany's crash, and
Hmm.
that was kind of the big boom about Bethany's crash.
It was before the murders, Liz. Yes,
Maybe
Yeah.
it was a wiry Showalter, huh?
I don't know, but I don't know. I don't.
I wonder who her high school friends were.
Was that an alcohol related crash?
See, I heard it was. That's why
That would
I'm
maybe-
curious too.
Pinned to who she was in the
I
car
don't
with that got out of the car.
I don't remember if it was alcohol involved or not. And I think the lady that said that statement was like a middle-aged lady. It was like a doctor or something, some type of career. She had a decent career, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Like when they hit him, though, if you had somebody pop out of the car and threaten somebody, and if there was somebody that you'd think maybe that's why that would be a thing, huh?
Well,
I don't think anybody was threatened.
Okay.
It could just be the fact, Mike, that who it was, they may already have a presiding reputation. Like you don't want to be involved in something negative with.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I think
Like
that's
she
what
didn't
Logan
want to
was saying.
piss anybody off.
You're right. So, and that is an interesting point because if to get into a car accident with somebody and you realize who that person is and say, I don't want, that's a problem. Whoever this person is must be somebody of importance in a negative way. I'll just put it that way.
But wait, it was before the crime.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't.
How are you
whoever-
going to look at a college student and say
What the fuck?
that
What if
that
it-
doesn't make any sense? Like,
It
I'm going to get in
be
an accident
no-
with a girl
What if
named.
it was a gang member or something like that she got into the accident with? Is what I think Logan is talking about. Somebody that has a bad reputation or something, a scary reputation is that the point
But
you're
it's
making?
the other but so the gang member doesn't want to talk about Bethany.
No, it's not the gang member. It's
No.
So okay, so there's a 16-year-old kid in the front. Bethany's in the middle. She hits the 16-year-old kid. There's a lady, a middle-aged lady behind Bethany that then hits Bethany, and then there's a guy behind that lady that hits that lady, and that lady goes into Bethany. Bethany goes into this. It's like a 4-car bumper.
Bum,
I've
bum, bum.
actually done that before.
The cop is talking to the middle-aged lady wanting to get her story, and she's saying, I don't feel comfortable speaking on this because of who is involved in this accident. It could be the fact that Bethany's parents are involved in something that's crazy and has a lot of money and they do funny stuff, and she knows that, and so she doesn't want to speak.
Right. Or anybody within that crash. There's somebody
Right.
within that crash that made this woman nervous. That's the point. Like we don't know. And I only use gang members as an example. I'm not saying it really was. I'm just saying she saw this person and maybe recognized who they were and went,
You know what, Kim? I think
Yep.
there's something going on this lower platform that we're under these guys because, yeah, thanks for asking that. I was in the same position.
I missed. What do you?
I was lost.
in my head.
Just like you, I didn't know where
Thank
this
you,
all
fly on the wall.
started. That's why I was all
well,
confused.
yeah, because now I can see it was the older woman who caused the accident because she was the first car that crashed into all of them.
No, it wasn't necessarily the older woman who caused the accident. it was like 4 cars, and I can't remember what order it was in, but I don't think it was the middle-aged woman that caught. I'll find the video and post it on the community
Yeah, it's
page.
something to look back at. Yeah.
Thank you, Fly on the Wall, for the jewels. Very much appreciated. The point is that with this whole conversation is that
Right.
the woman made a statement saying that she doesn't want to talk about anything that has to do with this accident because of who was involved. Is it Bethany? Is it car number 1? Was there a gang member involved in this that she realized? Was there a police officer involved maybe that somebody that made her nervous was in that accident? She don't want to talk. That's the whole point.
But Bethany was in the accident, so it
And
could
Bethany
have
was in
been
the
her
accident.
as well.
Yeah, it could have been her as well. Yes.
Or her family members that
Or
this
whoever
woman
she was.
knew and was scared of.
I
There
don't
you
know
go.
about y'all, but
And
that
if
makes
this
me a little
woman's scared of
suspicious.
somebody that's not Bethany, and Bethany's in that same accident, then is Bethany also scared of somebody? And then does that
Could be.
make a connection with her there somehow? Does Bethany end up knowing something? Or I don't know. That could go a million different ways.
It could go a million different. Bethany didn't say she was scared. Bethany gave her statement and wrote out a report, so it didn't seem like she was scared of anything.
I mean, when I looked into Bethany at one point, okay, because of some things we found that were really odd, that her name ended up in the state of Ohio over a period of time, very close to some of us.
Mhm.
And we started looking into the background of that. There's some people that her daddy is associated with, that the names that I recognize that are involved in some other things in high ranking areas that I was like, oh, okay. And he's a dentist, probably has some money, could have some involvement with some people that maybe do some illegal things. You know, there were some last names that I saw that made me a little uncomfortable seeing those names. And I was like, all right. You know some people, and some of the names, if you're from this area, you recognize they're some very important names. I'll just put it that way. So
And he's
that could be it.
Such a calculated guy that he schedules timed phone calls with his daughter.
That's Dylan.
Dylan.
Oh, that's Dylan.
Dylan's dad.
But either which
And that's
way,
all bullshit too.
I
If you
feel
ask
like
me,
they're both saying bullshit.
if you ask me and Kim, that's bullshit. Kim said that right out of the gate that was some kind of a cryptid conversation, and I fully agree with her on that because that is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. You're texting your daughter saying, "Can I call you at this specific time?" just to talk. And
I
did she
thought,
respond?
yeah. 1 or 2 sounds like option 1, option 2. That was like established way earlier. Like,
2
do
would
you
be
need
better.
more, like, are you good now? That would be number 1. Or do you need more time? That would be number 2. Something like that. I don't know.
Like,
Yeah,
hey,
I fully agreed with that. Thank you, Rosie.
when can I slide by, huh?
It's very
Thank
strange
you,
shit.
Rosie.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, Rosie.
We love you,
Rosie
Rosie.
was thou. But anyway, I mean, there's a lot of these strange things within this case, you guys, that just as soon as we see and hear this, I think all 4 of us up here at some point to make the same face looking at this shit going, what?
Imagine if they
You know,
unredacted
like,
all
how?
this shit, what we would be like.
I mean, you saw what Mike just did. We get the names confused because there's so many different names. There's things that one person said, the other person didn't say, and we get this one. This is what I'm saying. It's insanity. It's clear cut insanity. It is. So remember when Thompson said about the missing video, he said it simply didn't exist. Those were the exact same words. They say, yeah, they say that a lot, don't they? I can't give you something we don't have, Your Honor. Lying ass bullshit. Thank you, Miss Sasha.
Yeah, they've already been proven on the record to hide videos in a case. And then we're just not supposed to think that they could be capable of that in the future.
And then they sit back here and wonder why the hell we're still doing this shit. How long later?
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, right. So I got a question for you 3. Somebody just pointed it out because it's something I've been thinking on, especially after Mike's show last night. What would you guys think? And since we're live, it's going to be asking all of you. What would you guys think if we could make it happen about having Miss Jules join us every Saturday for this?
I think it would be amazing. I don't know. Would she be
As
able
a
to?
fifth person, and then we could still have our guests. But
Let's
what
jam.
would you think if we brought her on board with this?
I think she'd
I
jam.
love Jules.
I think
As do I. I always have. And if you want to talk about it more off stage, we can.
I don't
You-
think we do.
Do you think,
don't think
that
it's
could
gonna-
happen though?
I
Oh.
don't know. I don't think it would be a problem, Logan.
I don't think so either. She loves this. We love her. She loves us. All of us. I'm
I
gonna
would
put a poll
dig it.
up.
I love to pick her brain.
Mm-hmm.
I would dig it.
Dig it.
Dig it.
Yes, no, and I got to come up with one of Logan's.
Oh, you're polling.
I'm polling it. I am polling it.
Man, there ain't nobody just going to disagree.
Someone just brought up the name Enan Harsh, and I know
Mhm.
that Lana had all those interviews with him at the beginning of the case, but when Connor was reading the names of the people on the FBI interview list and Enan was on there.
He was reading either FBI list or didn't exist.
Didn't exist, I think. Enan
And
was
I
on.
know Enan didn't exist.
I
Right.
thought it was the I could be wrong, but I perked up and was like, wait a minute, like
So
He said
just
FBI or
weird
didn't
back
exist.
then,
Like,
like Lana talked to him like about, because it was so
Right.
early on in the case, it was just,
so
and it was
think-
so comical, but now you think, even if it doesn't exist, whatever the reason was, like, is there more of a connection with him?
Think of pinning that to the cat lady. What did they flush out with her that we couldn't find? Right? Wasn't there something?
Yeah, there was another one they
They
lied
lived
about.
in the same place. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
the
I'm
same
working
building.
on something here.
Enan lived upstairs, I think, on the third floor. On
Was
the corner.
he was at the Queen apartment?
Yeah, he was in the
per-
same building.
So how come we don't see his door getting knocked on and getting interviewed?
We
on
did.
the body cam?
We did on the canvas. There was one video.
Oh my God, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, you can hear his voice. I'll
But we
find it.
don't see him?
No. You don't see his face clear, but you can definitely hear his voice.
Well, that's odd because we see everybody else.
Yeah, I think it was the third
See?
floor
That's so messed up.
corner, second. It was either the corner apartment or
They knew. They knew
Second
what this
in,
whole
I
thing
think.
was about. That's crazy.
the one with one of the ones with the cat. Somebody said, I think is. I do remember that.
So he admitted he admitted in his interviews that about drugs, right? He admitted making contact with the girls in that house.
And you know what's some shit, Kim, too? They sent MPD through there, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And then they sent ISP back through as well. Because they talked to the cat lady the second time. Huh. So out of two departments, where the hell was Ian Harsh? Huh. Must have been in the same file, huh? I guess so.
What?
So wait, you're saying because they called him in.
He
So
was
we-
another one that inserted himself too, though. Remember that. He was on the original trial date, the very absolute original trial date. He was subpoenaed to show up for that. When they changed the trial date, whatever happened with that scenario, he no longer was being subpoenaed, from my understanding. So
Because they weren't going to have a preliminary hearing.
Right, right.
He waived his right to a speedy trial.
there you go. Thank
Yeah.
you. So what I want to know is why was he subpoenaed to begin with in the first place? That's what I want to know. And what was it that he said or did that gave them a reason to subpoena him? That's my question. Okay.
Well, we were led to believe it was because he saw that high-end SUV.
Yeah.
And I remember him talking about that. He made it seem like it was a Lamborghini,
Chrome rims.
cleaned out SUV. I don't know. I know a Lamborghini's not an SUV, but
he posted the picture of the vehicle he was talking about, and it was a black Jeep.
You know,
See?
I taught myself to sling these fire
Jeep
things,
Wrangler.
You know.
Okay. Well, I
called
told you.
that a high-end car? No.
Well, no,
It was
wait a minute.
newer. It was
Hold on.
nice, but it wasn't.
Hold on. Kendra, if anybody remembers Kendra, she had a Jeep that was kind of, I guess we'll call it pimped out a little bit. There were rims on that Jeep. There were some blacked out windows on that Jeep. Now, he claimed that it had an out-of-state plate on it, though. That's the problem I have with this. There was one that lived, shit, where did she live at? She was a friend of Xana's, too, and I saw it in a photograph that Xana was in. It was in the background, and it was kind of a, I hate using pimped out, but you know, guys, you know what I mean by that. It was decked out. There we go.
Yeah.
And I wondered if he screwed up the plate thing, but he was pretty oh my God. Thank you. He was pretty serious about the out-of-state plate, if I remember. Okay.
I think
Yes.
the Jeep that he posted. So he posted a black Jeep, and he was saying, "This is the Jeep I saw that night." And I'm pretty sure that Jeep had out-of-state plates,
Like
Okay.
Colorado or Nevada or
something
Utah,
like that. Yeah,
Something,
that
right?
area. He said,
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
You know, their parents are probably rich, you know.
But
Or
it
it
is
was-
crazy that he was on the list. However, every time we've asked for his interviews, they don't say FBI has him. They say
No.
he was never interviewed. So I'm
But you-
wondering if
That's insane, Logan.
if he
Because
was
if
on
he
the
was,
list, he would have had to have been, right?
thank you.
Because ISP.
Yeah. No. Wait, what?
Don't you know me? Why do I feel like the ISP is the one that went there and dealt with him and then fed it to the FBI, and then that's when they got rid of this?
I don't know.
I don't know either, because where's the full body cam footage of the canvas of that place?
Officer House. I think, yeah, it was Officer House. I do believe there was how many parts of that was there? 2 or 3?
I think there's missing stuff from that, like a
Oh, I'm
chain
sure.
of custody,
I'm sure there would.
Queen Road
Not a doubt.
Apartments. You're talking about the Queen Road apartment,
whatever the
campus?
break-ins are.
Yeah, when they were doing the canvassing of those apartments, I think it was Officer House. That's the same guy that did the cat lady one.
Yeah,
So
There's a couple different officers though.
okay,
yeah, and it's
Well,
like
then
why?
maybe-
Mhm.
And it's just
Because there's also the guys on the corner. Well, I might have been one, but he said he saw people leaving with guns in their car that morning.
right.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
it was just hunting
Well,
season.
It was gun season had just opened up in that area, and they
He
were
didn't
going
describe
hunting.
it like that. He
I
didn't
know
say,
you're
I saw
right.
some hunters get in the car. He was like, hey, I saw some dudes getting in a car and they had guns.
Well, don't
And-
remember the one body cam where the I can't remember who walks up and says, "You're going to see a guy walking down the road carrying a rifle, so don't be alarmed." And I was like, "Huh?" And then I realized when gun season started there. So either way, you're right though. That did not come out that way.
Yeah.
It's done.
Compass said all those interviews exist, but they are not labeled, and it's because they're in that dang Synology server. It's insane. I agree. See, let's talk about this for a minute too, you guys. Kim's Bible. I love calling it that because she's really decked that book out, folks. She's got everything marked, and she's bound some really,
This
really
is about
good
as good
points.
as that goose. Look at that goose right
Look at
there.
that book. Look at that book. I love it.
Boy, what?
She's found some great points in this book, by the way, regardless of what we think of Chris Whitcomb. There's some interesting points in this book that have pointed us in really interesting directions. So I completely lost my train of thought as to what the hell I was getting ready to say. Wow.
Parts in the book in Wickham
Whitcomb
What was
and
that? What were we talking about right before that, Kim?
decked out, and I said the goose. is
No,
decked
not
out.
the SUV. This is
oh,
beyond
the
it.
Synology system.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of that book, right in the foreword, I think it is, right at the very beginning, he states there were massive amounts of exculpatory evidence that were found in mislabeled files. I wonder if these people were given access to the Synology server to
Oh.
look and go through these things, and they found exculpatory evidence within this server. Because if they're saying there's 50.8 terabytes, it doesn't have to just be interviews. It doesn't have to just be photographs. It doesn't have to be just anything. They just, from my understanding, they just threw it all into that server, and it's unorganized as all hell. So they may have found things in that server that weren't supposed to be found. Is my
I
points I'm
got it
trying to
right
make.
here. You're right. It's right in the author's note. It's like the very first
Yes.
page. Like at
Yeah.
the very first page.
Read that paragraph for me, Kim, if you don't mind, real quick.
Yep.
Here's a weird question.
Let me see.
Who could have had
He
possible
said-
access to that server that, like the backside of it? And that's where this they got all this information from. Let you go.
If anybody went in there, Mike, hold on, Kim, 1 second. If anybody went in there, Mike, and said, we need information, files on the case, and they know that there's multiple servers on this, they gave them obvious access to this, in my opinion. I think this is where other things have come out. It's from this server, possibly, that they have asked for different access to, in my opinion. But to get into the server, they had to give you a password. They could have been blocked. They could have blocked access to certain files. See, that's what I'm saying. That still makes me wonder. Dr. Turvey probably had access. I'm sure Ray had access at some point, sounding the way he explained things. And then we know that Chris Whitcomb wrote in that book that, and if I shut my mouth and let Kim read that paragraph, you'd see what I'm saying. Go ahead, Kim.
Dr. Turvey said in his one of his interviews that he got access to a OneDrive. That's a Microsoft OneDrive. And he said he would have to get a code from Ann Taylor or something in order to get into it. And, so that's not Spillman. That's not Synology. That's something from the defense. So I don't think,
Right.
I don't think they're giving anybody access to this evidence locker stuff under Tim Smallridge, but
yeah.
Okay. So he says, Kohberger's team seemed to dismiss the case as flawed and predicted exoneration. I paid little attention, thinking experts would sort it out all nicely. Okay. Then after that, it says, but then two things happened almost simultaneously. Kohberger changed his plea to guilty, and a colleague called to say he'd seen the file. So who saw this file?
This is what I was saying.
Terabytes worth of lab reports, autopsy photos, and forensic analysis.
Well, that explains a shit ton, doesn't it, there, miss?
As soon as I heard Connor and Accomplice say that rang right back into my mind. Thank you, Kim.
Teach just sent it right out of the freaking page.
There it is, guys, and that makes me wonder.
Yeah.
Did they get this access? How or why? I don't know. And go ahead.
Well, so a colleague calls him or lets him know, hey, I saw these files. So did someone figure out what we just figured out? Like
So a colleague, FBI agent. Okay, we know FBI was on the case, so somebody was going through this. Maybe it was Ed Jacobson. Just giving you an example, but somebody with the FBI was going through these files, saw this. Hey, by the way, bro, they got this other file over here that's got all sorts of info in it. You need to be looking at that. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Just a thought.
There's so many whys.
Let me check this poll real fast. Should we have Miss Jules join the verdict room? I got 84% of people said yes, 8% said no, and 8% said I don't give a hee-hoo. Well, now we got to talk her into it. So we know what the deal is now. Good. Thank you guys for that. I think it would be awesome. It would just make something that I think is already amazing just a little bit better if possible. So we will see what happens. Anyway, thank you guys for voting on that. But all of this information, I think, is absolutely insanity. Absolute insanity. And it's a huge problem, guys. And I think we agreed the other night when we were on the panel over at Kim's, when we first found this out, that this is justification. Clear-cut, absolute justification. We have been talking about this shit for 4 years, and here we go.
And it's all timing shit. Everything is timing. Look when the plea deal came up. You roll it back to what we found out and the shit that went on right before that. Everything is timing.
I've said that for a long time, Mike. The timing in this case is insane. Everything has. It's almost like it was scheduled like this. You know what I mean? Okay, it's February 3rd of 2024. It's time to drop this shit. You know, you know what I mean? It's been 7 months into this. It's time to drop this now. It's like it's a scripted thing. The whole entire every bit of it.
And it's almost like they need this Gilter versus Kohberger thing to continue as well, because I feel like some of the Kohberger or people that are proving some stuff just for our our favor is also kind of oddly timed.
They're doing that shit as they come out in the media. It's fucked. How do you think that judicial system that could have took this case and went through all this $8 million that Mr. Gonsalves just preaches on, like he paid that freaking bill, and they walked around for how long not creasing them shoes up until how long, and then they went, oh, this can't go to trial. Let's give them a plea deal. They sat on all this bullshit that they never knew would fly. And then they went, oh, what are we going to do now? And asked for the discovery on the car going around the house. Oh, what the? I may be crazy. That's fucked up.
Thank you very much. MF 1497. Ian Harsh was interviewed on Hidden True Crime Channel early on. Possibly why Ann Taylor put him on her list. Could be. He was. I do agree.
That was way after Lana had him on, though.
Yeah. That is a good point. And thank you very much for that, MM. Appreciate that so very much. I will say something else, too. Knowing this, again, I think I already brought, maybe I didn't, but finding this out, again, I really hate to segue into this, but it's a point. The Gonsalves family, or the Steve and Christy, we all know their feelings on lots of things, especially anything involving murder has a wallet. All of that. What do you guys think their reaction would be to hearing this piece of information, if any at all? I'm curious.
They would find a way to make something up to make it look like it doesn't mean anything and it's stupid and it doesn't matter and all this information has no bearing on the case anyway. We're just looking for a reason. All that
tinfoil hats and
Yeah.
social media.
Good. That's exactly my thought too, Logan.
Why do you guys want this murderer to go free? Why? So we can just kill more people?
That was a good impression there, Miss Logan.
You got a cold case?
I love it. I can't wait for the first case. Well, here's a recommendation, Christy. Why don't you focus on the case that is involving your daughter and get some truth out of that case first? Invest in that one. This is just my opinion. No disrespect intended, but damn, let's go.
It's wild to me. They don't even want to know what the other weapon was that hit their daughter in the face multiple times.
Well, Logan, I think it's because if they really focus on that, they'd have to possibly focus on a secondary perpetrator. That's not okay. Yeah, right.
Jeez.
Ding, ding,
There
ding.
you go. Ding, ding, ding.
He's such a great dad, Joe. It makes you wonder, why would she have been driving around in a car that needed tires and she just couldn't get back?
I have a lot of questions, Mike. A lot of questions. I still question the statement, if this is true, of when she sold the car. She jumps into another car, says, I'm keeping the money, and bolts. Come on. These things are things that are questionable. And again, I'm not trying to attack them, guys. I know people get uncomfortable with this, but we have to ask these questions, you guys. We can't just sit by and go, okay, they did it again, but it's okay. They're victims, okay. No. It's not okay anymore. It's not. Okay.
For me, the line was crossed when he called people in our community the R word and then proceeded to send those attacking emails to Jules.
Yep.
I have to agree.
Because what would he do if he had a grandchild that was born that way? What would he think about that?
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. That was when it hit. That's what. Oh, don't even take me there. Don't even take me there. That word came out his mouth, and I about fell out of my damn chair. I was done. And
I
I
I'm,
mean,
missed
I
that
don't
one.
even understand him calling Jules overweight. I mean, Olivia was overweight. Like, just
they were
absurd.
all overweight at some point. Everybody is, and you
I've
don't
been
judge
overweight.
people.
Like, I don't understand the point of that.
And
And
here's some people are medically overweight. You don't know why. Okay,
right,
diabetics, whatever it is, you don't know that. So when you,
thyroid,
yes,
medication.
yep. So when
Even
you
down
call
to the
somebody out on
writing.
their weight, you don't know why they're overweight. So this shows. That's why
Who
I stopped that
cares is the
video.
point. Who cares if somebody else is overweight? How does that affect your life?
It doesn't,
Oh,
and it's very
Who
childish.
cares?
but he
You didn't
wrote
hear
that
him say that,
letter,
Kim?
like that plea, like a 2-year-old.
I did not.
Oh, oh, yeah.
He said
You ain't
we're
nothing but more
effing
than a kindergarten
ours.
fucking. Yeah.
I mean, I hear the, I hear what everybody says about what's going on and everything, but I just personally don't pay attention to it because I don't know.
I can't.
Everything you're saying, like they're mad at us for questioning. They think they have the right guy. They're doing their thing. So I'm just like, I leave that over there and focus on.
And I did that for a long time too, Kim. I agree with you. And I tried to give grace because of the loss that they had to endure. Absolute. I get that. Okay. When you can only give somebody a pass so many times because of something they've been through until it turns into something completely different on a different level. They're just mean. Okay. They're just mean.
Yep.
They're, and I understand they're on being unhappy. They should be, but we didn't do it to them. We did not take her away from them. None of us did. In fact, what we're trying to do is to understand who did actually took her away from them and why. And they don't want to hear that. They don't want to know that. They just want to say it was him. No matter what you tell me, I won't read the documents, and you shouldn't read those documents either. That makes no sense to me, and it never will.
I don't know if he made it out of the 7-day trial period.
I mean, I
Maybe
don't know.
14.
And she finally admitted to something I've said about them for years now. She never got to grieve. And I've said that. You guys have heard me say that again. I do not believe they ever got to grieve correctly.
Yep.
Great. I'm glad you admitted to that finally. But that, again, no, this is like, at this point, you guys, I see it as hate mongering. And it's sickening because everybody that connects to this wants to help them amongst everybody else because it's not just them.
I think it goes back to what Logan did on her last live and how she was pinning like some of Steve G's early media messages back to. I'll let you roll with that, Logan.
It just seemed like he was talking to somebody else, a different entity, a different group of people, and there were messages within his words,
right,
to people that weren't the police and weren't the public, weren't the prosecutors.
And then he admitted in his own words from his own mouth, yes, I was putting out misinformation. Yes, I was asking other people to put out misinformation. I was doing it on purpose.
On purpose.
On purpose. Why?
And then they cut him off on information. Huh.
They shut him off, Mike, because he wouldn't shut up.
How did they know? Because Harsh also got the emails, right? And Jules, how do they know it's really him?
They tried to vet the email address and it came back to something else apparently that was
Twitter
in his name. It was connected to another account of his.
Another account.
Allegedly.
Yeah. That's, yeah.
To me, it sounded like he was drunk at 12:20 in the afternoon again.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he has a problem that needs to be looked at, allegedly, in my opinion.
That's why I keep asking, is this guy still working?
I mean, it looks to me like this.
Hey, when losing a child that way, like I'm not trauma shaming the way people like deal with that.
No, I agree.
Not that it's not a healthy way to deal with it. I'm not endorsing that, but I understand that people try to, numb pain like that. So I get that.
And yes, listen, again, I'm not agreeing with. There's some other people out there that have gone at them and said some really stupid shit, some really ignorant shit. Oh, he killed his own daughter and come on, no, we don't support that. We don't validate that. We don't even stand anywhere near that because that's just some fucking ridiculous. Okay, so that stuff they should be angry at, and people that are saying that kind of stuff, shame on you. No, okay. There's other questions we have about quite a few other things that don't make any other sense.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
That's where it's at, guys.
Yeah.
That's truly where it's at. So none
Really,
of that other dumb shit.
for me, it's the fact that I feel like myself, you know, everybody in this community has put umpteenth 50, 11 more hours into digging into his daughter's case
Yes,
than they have.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Logan, she looked at us all and said, "Stop reading the document." What in the actual hell? Why?
Why?
Why do you not
They
want us
have
to read these documents?
literally gone to court for bills to be passed to keep the information private.
Yeah.
What are you hiding?
You don't want to read them, and you don't want us to read them either. And
Nope.
again, thank you. What you just said right there makes everybody sitting out here hearing this say exactly what you said. Why and what are you hiding? What is in those documents you don't want us to see? And if that's not the truth, if that's not the reason, then you shouldn't say those things, or at least clarify why you're saying it.
I can understand the pictures for sure. I totally get that.
Of
Do I
course.
still want to see them to investigate? I don't necessarily want to see them.
Validate.
I just want to, you know, just for investigating type stuff, you know, the wounds versus whatever. But I get them fighting against the public seeing pictures like that. That I
So-
understand.
Mhm.
So here's a good question, and I'm going to put myself in the role of a parent.
I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. If I was a parent, and I'm going to say if I felt the way that they do in the law that they got passed, they would have known about the autopsy of their daughter a long time ago and how many wounds she had and everything that was so graphic. So don't you think that maybe if you felt some kind of way and you knew this was going to become public at some point in time, that you would have started that bullshit a long time before it actually came out?
Yes, sir.
Like, what are you actually doing right now? We know they're sideways as shit, but still, it's
I agree.
they will boil your blood.
I
Yeah.
agree. And
Yeah.
and when you have things like what you just said happen, and we ask these questions, and then we get attacked for asking the questions, it brings on more questions, in my opinion, that just
Yep.
continue to grow and continue to make things look a certain type of way, and people want to know.
And in my personal opinion, I think he and them, they are more worried about that family name being exposed than what actually happened to their daughter.
I
Which-
mean, they're definitely worried about something else, Mike.
That was, kind of involved with it, but you know where I'm going with that.
I do. I have
That's-
no disagreement with that one, buddy. It, there's too many questions. I'll just put it that way. Way too many questions, and they don't want to answer them. They walk around the questions that are put out there, or they attack you. They attack you.
I don't feel like there's been one person that has asked any questions like, hey, how come there were, unknown male, all
Yeah.
that stuff. Nobody's even touched on those questions. And
Right.
of course, if somebody was going to ask those questions, they would say before the interview, we are not answering stuff like that. So, I mean, they won't even face the facts
No.
in real life.
And with
Not-
some shitty credibility, they're coming back out here a second time, painting it again. The media.
That being said, don't we have an interview, Logan, that Christy did that nobody's really seen? We should take a little look at here.
Yeah. There is an interview. Actually, Bianca sent it to me a few days ago, and most people haven't seen it. It's not it's just an audio. It's not an actual video, but it is
Right.
Christy and her friend or something. And I don't think it had like 25 views. So nobody's really seen it or heard it.
Right.
Oh, that was
I
that
found
one.
it a little interesting. A few things she said in there.
Yeah, it's not too awful super long, and I thought it would be a good idea to check this out because I listen to. I know a lot of people don't like to hear them because they do the whole Brian Bash thing. But every time I hear them talk, there's something I pull out of their interviews that may be an interesting point or a nugget of something to tell us a different story. So
This
that
one
is
is
why.
pretty interesting. She speaks on why she became friends with a certain person, and it's very clear about the money. It's
You-
the amount of money this person could give her. So
And
it's
see
annoying to listen to.
that's the point. And this is it comes from a channel called Strong Enough by Claudia King. I put the link in the chat here for anybody that wants to check it out. It is right there. So I think we should jump in and check it out. And thank you, Logan.
That'd make a lot of sense why they don't get along with the Chapins, huh?
Yeah, well, I'm telling you that is a business relationship at this point, Mike. An absolute business relationship, and it's not a good one either.
I'm going to refresh my coffee real quick.
Why don't you refresh your coffee real quick?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. There you go. All right. Are you back, Miss Kim? All right, we can wait on Miss Kim. Thank you, Offset, for that. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, so this is in reference to Murder Has a Wallet, and things are going to be discussed about that. I do believe from what Logan said, she said it's very interesting. Thank you, Ms. Bianca. All right, let me see something here. As we're waiting, anything to add to any of this, Mike, before we get started on this?
No, she sent me this the other day, but I didn't look at it. 100%. I did think it was interesting that, they seem to, well, why didn't this get a link, put to their Facebook page,
Agreed. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Bianca, again. Appreciate you very much, dear. By the way, thank you and welcome to all of you good, amazing and awesome moderators that are joining us from all of these channels. You guys are amazing, truly, truly amazing. And honest to God, we couldn't do this without you. So thank you all for taking time out of your busy lives and nights to join us here tonight to do this, guys. And I know even though we're even running later, you guys are still here doing your thing. So thank you so much. We appreciate you all very much. Very much. So this is, I believe, Miss Claudia King. Again, the link is in the chat for this. Thank you to Bianca. Check it out. Whatever you want to do, it's there. All right. I agree with that, Miss Bianca. We are family. I got all my sisters in me. There you go. Did Mikey eat today? I have no idea, Hangman.
What's that? Oh, yeah. I ate 3 times before noon.
There you go. Mikey has a good appetite for sure.
Yeah, I get it in.
Are you back, Miss Kim? Maybe not. We may start this without her, but nah. Let me see. I'm checking the chat here, making sure I'm not missing not a thing. If I could miss it, I don't want to. Okay. There's that, and that. There. All right. As soon as Logan and or Kim get back, we will kick this off. Thank you, Ms. Zalbrilli, for those jewels.
What's your
everybody's dumb. I agree. Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's your weather up there, temperature wise, right now?
It definitely cooled down after that storm. It is 63.
Oh wow, that's where that came from.
Yeah, it got cooler. Thank God, because when that storm hit earlier, it was 85 and it was humid as all hell, which in turn brings up the funnel clouds. I get a little nervous about that. And I almost wonder if we did get a piece of a tornado because that tree was pulled out of the ground by the roots. It was not broke or anything. It was ripped out of the ground. So the wind was blowing. It was dumping pretty hard, like Kim said. So it could be. You never know. It happens time to time. Faux show.
Maybe it was that Mothman, huh?
It could be the Mothman. Got pissed off and ripped it out of the ground and threw it at somebody. I don't know. Anything could happen here in Ohio, Mikey. You never know. Yeah, you guys probably got what we had, KT. Especially if you're in PA, I guarantee you got it. Cool down, man. It definitely cooled down. I'm grateful for that. We got windows open and stuff like that now, so.
Shoot.
I agree with that, Fizz. Like, how you going to try to help other families when you won't even do the things you need to find the truth? Amen to that one, Fizz.
Then you talk about other people being shady.
Yes.
Misinformation.
Yep. Damn, baby Ames is hot. Are you back? There's Kim. Okay.
Sorry.
So, no, you're fine. We're going to review this video. Logan posted, and Logan's back. Both.
Francie just ate his vitamins again. I'm so excited.
I'm so happy he's taking that. That's great.
Such a big step for us. Small but big.
Him's a good
That's
boy.
a struggle, man, when you can't get my cat at the end of
medicine.
It was awful trying to get the
that
medicine.
Was when Oscar got real sick before he died. That was with his seizure stuff. His seizure medication was very hard to get down his throat. He would spit it out every time, no matter what we did. He found it inside of things, spit it back out, and we were like, damn it.
They punked you out, and you find it on the floor 3 hours later. It's like, you little mother trucker.
Right.
Like, I'm not. Go ahead, Kimmy.
I had a cat named Bentley, and we don't have him anymore, but he was the best cat. Oh my God. But someone told me to take a blanket and wrap him in the blanket because you can hold him tight. He can't get out. And because I had to do the liquid thing, and he would let me do it for a while, and then he peed on me, and I was like, okay, we're done. We're done with that. We're done with that. Like, it was like that was his last defense to fight against it. But I tried other things,
Now we know if somebody's trying to hold us down, we just need to pee on them. We got it. We got it. Good looking out, Kim. We get it. All right.
You guys know how big Carlos is. He's a tall guy. And he always says, if anybody ever tries to take me, I'm just gonna be dead body weight. He's like, I'm just gonna hit the ground and they're gonna have to pick me up and take me.
What's he like? 6'4", 6'5"?
He's a big dude.
Yeah, 6'6". Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And how tall are you?
5'3".
Damn, I was close.
He can almost pick you up and carry you around on his hip like a baby. That's crazy.
Yeah.
How many years have they been married, Joe?
29. 29 years and going.
That's a cute
again
couple,
on that.
though.
Awesome. Yes, they are awesome together.
There ain't too many wives that would go to the dirt track with your husband.
You are not lying. You are not lying. They're an amazing couple. I love them together.
But back to Bronxy, we're happy that he's taking medicine.
Yeah. I'm not the one who, they say just shove it down his throat. And if he sticks his tongue out, then I'm not shoving anything down his throat. He's going to take it because he wants to take it and it's healthy for him. And I don't want him to run from me then every time I pick it out or go to no. We're going to do it the conducive way to where he will take it because it's okay to take it.
And the good thing is you said he's eating it like it's going out of style now, which is an amazing thing. I like that a lot.
Well, I think the real thing is if you
food and he's getting the vitamins with it, that's good.
If she does force it down his throat, I think he will probably punish her when she's trying to sleep.
Probably
as payback.
He's a smart guy for sure. So again, this is an audio interview done by this Claudia King. They're discussing Murder Has a Wallet, and it's that Tracy Bracco that Christy became friends with that has been helping her with this whole foundation thing. So Logan says there's some interesting points in this, and we're going to break it down. And anything, Logan, you want me to stop anywhere, point out, back up, whatever, just let me know, okay?
Look at Claudia's eyes, though. I think she has beautiful eyeballs.
Yeah, she's got some penetrating eyes for sure.
They're so pretty.
For sure. And we're off.
Founder Christy Gonsalves and Executive Director both doing today.
Thank you for having us on.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. So, Christy, I want to start with you. You have been through a really difficult time over the last few years, but you have decided to go in a direction that a lot of people don't. And you have decided to dig in and start a foundation. And you kind of went in a different direction with your foundation because we are really focused on technology and DNA. I would love to hear what led you to do this.
Well, what led me to do this is sitting right next to us here, Tracy Bracco. You know, I had the desire, you know, early on, you know, thinking one day it would be nice to do a foundation. And, you know, we kind of had like looked around at it, you know, probably, I don't know, maybe a year or so after losing Kaylee. And it was just like a mountain to climb to do a foundation. I'm like, oh gosh, this is just huge. And I am not about to climb a mountain right now. I'm already climbing Mount Everest, you know? And I was just like, probably not good. And I met Tracy through our Gonsalves family page early on. She started reaching out to me, and she just spoke to my heart, like in a different way, you know, that, you know, a lot of people do. And I finally just reached out to her, and we became friends very, very quickly. And then, you know, there was no more writing letters. It was, I'm sorry. We changed phone numbers. We started texting. We started talking. And so, you know, she was, when we were going to court, you know, and this motion and this.
Hold on a second.
And the sentencing and the plea.
No more writing letters.
In the beginning, so I believe their relationship started because Tracy Bracco continued to send her messages, send her gifts to her house, send.
Repeatedly.
So she showed Christy, I've got money. And that's why she got Christy's attention. That's why Christy ended up sending messages back to her, and because she continued to woo her with money.
Yes, ma'am.
If it had been a regular person who didn't send her anything, she would have never replied.
I do agree. Very good point, Logan. And good call, because we've seen now she's doing mail openings and only specific things is she pointing out. So I fully agree with that here.
But it sounds to me like Tracy was one of those people, you know how you have, I know in some cases they call them like the kiosk girls, where you have females that reach out to people in prison and they just continue and they just won't stop, letter after letter after email after. That's what it sounds to me that Tracy did, with continuing to try and insert herself and just get a response, message after gift after message after gift.
Yep.
Weird.
And look at all these things she's sending us, Steve. Look at all this money she's spending on us, Steve. Guess what? She could probably definitely help us with this and that, and invest money into the foundation, Steve, and bing, bing, boom. Here we go.
The Gonsalves were just interested because she had money.
I can agree. I definitely can agree. And she was in law enforcement. That's another good point, Ali, to, you know, give them some kind of a background basis for trust, I guess. But I think the money was the biggest thing. I agree with that. So on we go. Is there anything else, Logan?
No.
All right, here we go.
Deal and all that, you know, she was there through all that, you know, and then at the same time as the plea or the sentencing, a week later, our youngest daughter was going off to college, and she was in 10th grade when this happened. And, you know, those years just kind of passed us by. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh my gosh, Aubrey's going off to college. And the others went to U of I, which is like 2 hours away. So it's just kind of like, bye, see you guys next weekend. You know, she's going to Texas, like deep Texas. And all of a sudden, it hit me all at once. For one.
What the hell is deep Texas?
Yeah, what is deep Texas? Like,
what does that even mean?
The border, Laredo?
Going to deep Texas.
The South? It's, I mean.
Texas is Texas. You know what I mean? It's still hot, hell, whatever. That was
Deep
weird.
Texas.
Okay, sorry. I it probably meant nothing, but that was just weird to me.
Okay, so didn't we? She was going to Houston, right?
I think that's what they said.
How deep is Houston? Not too deep, Joe. That's not real deep. You know what I mean, Vern? There we go.
Don't know. Don't know. For all you Texans in here, how deep is Houston, y'all?
I think like Galveston, like Corpus State.
Yeah, North Deep Texas. There you go.
Yeah.
On we go.
We were supposed to have a trial. It ended in a plea deal. It just ended all abruptly, everything. And Aubrey's going off to college. And I'm like, and I'm talking to Tracy all the time, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. For one, she's the baby of 5. She's going all the way to Texas. I just have all these unknowns. We had planned to go to trial. And we planned to go move down to Boise for 3 months. We had a house rented already. And all this was just like, boom, and I'm like, what just happened to the last couple of years? I totally just missed Aubrey's high school years. And I said, I'm going to spiral. I said, I'm going to lose it. I just know I'm going to lose it. And she's like, no, we're going to start a foundation. And then I think Tracy should take it from here.
I think she should too.
Like Christy said, we just started communicating. Well, I was communicating with her, just sending her little things here and there that I was thinking of her, because like the rest of the world, this was the worst case. It really left me gobsmacked, which is hard to do considering my years in law enforcement, what I've seen. And I was just speechless. And I was speechless at how every day this family was getting up, taking their head off the pillow and going forward, giving interviews, trying to find the truth, digging for their daughter, instead of just sitting back and
excuse me,
the justice system. They wanted to be involved in it as well, which is huge.
She said, getting their head up off the pillow, going forward, digging, trying to find the truth. What?
I thought you knew the truth. Bryan Kohberger did it.
Yeah. But also when and where.
When and where. Yeah. Good call. Good catch. Good point. See, this is why these types of things are important to hear, guys. Yes, I struggle with the voice too. I get it.
And then right here on the screen, it has the text and it says, I wanted to be, or whatever, wanted to be involved in it as well. Involved in what? You wanted to be involved in what?
Right.
The murder investigation? That's weird. Why are you?
Well, if you remember, Logan, I think it was one of the Chris, whatchamacallit, interviews where she blatantly admitted they want full control. They want control. These are her words, that we need to have control. We want full control. And they don't need that. That's not their right to have full control of a police investigation, okay? Granted, I get your daughter's involved in this. I understand fully that you should have some control of a situation, but we want control. She's always claimed that. We've always known that, okay? So, again, I think that plays into this for sure.
The words wanting control has literally come out of Steve's mouth, Christy's mouth, and Olivia's mouth.
Yes, ma'am. More than once.
Yeah.
Quite often. So, very interesting point.
And I wish they would say, like, specifically, what do you want control of? The investigation, the files, the story, the narrative, what do you want control of?
I think, honestly, Logan, all of it. They want full control of everything. Like, if they could have everything and anything that the prosecution has, all of it, things that we know that you're just not allowed to have access to, they would have it. If they could get it, they would have it.
I think they want the whole world to only speak the narrative that they believe in. And then they want Bryan Kohberger deceased. That's what they want. They want to control the way we think about this case.
Yep.
Just
Every aspect
go away.
I fully agree.
It just keeps coming up, and we got to fight this as families,
But they're the only ones that say this kind of stuff, too. Remember that. Even if the Chapins are involved now, which is a whole other conversation, but even if they're involved now, they don't say things like this. They don't push things like this. They're not all over this like this, and nobody else is at all, okay, beyond this. So it's very odd. I'll just
This
say that.
family is so bothered by our community and the things that we say that they literally do interviews to dispel the things that we say. Why? If it's so untrue to them, why are they so bothered by it?
Just ignore it then.
And they're so bothered by the creators that happen to pick out all the good key points, huh?
Yeah. Why?
That's the one point that sticks with me is that right there. Like everything we point out that comes from reports, it's official documents, and we find something and put it out and it has to get countered immediately. And it's
I agree.
Why? Like you said, like what is this huge secret?
And then when and
seems
why?
to be like we can't know.
Because you got to think, like, if they really do get all the stuff that's requested, right? Why do they pick and choose on what they decide to come out about, right? Huh. That seems awfully funny. I don't know. It's just a shit show.
All of those points are very good points, you guys. Every one of them. And I fully agree with you guys. Moving on. Here we go.
It's huge. And the more I got to know Christy, the more I was kind of shocked of how a lot of things were happening in the case that should not be happening. As you know, I was in law enforcement. I represent law enforcement. Even after I've been gone, I still represent law enforcement. And I was shocked because I know that's not how law enforcement is supposed to be. These are caring individuals. They want to solve your case. They want to help. They want to help the victims. And I was really surprised that they were not getting a lot of what they should have. So we just became very fast friends. And I thought, why not start a foundation? How difficult could it be? Little did I know. But like anything, you figure it out. And I thought together we can figure this out. There's no way somebody's going to say no. We just have to find the right doors to push open.
I love that. And I want to talk for a minute about this fast friendship because Tracy, you felt something, tugged at your heartstrings that made you really want to reach out to Christy. Christy, you probably had weirdos and normal people reaching out to you that you had to weed through. What was it about this person in Tracy that just made you feel like I can trust her? She is genuine. She's who I need to lean on.
Gifts.
Well, she, like you said, there was a lot, and you're reading a lot. I mean, a lot. I mean, we get a stack of cards in the mail, but Tracy didn't go away. Tracy didn't just send one. Tracy would send weekly, and then she would send a little thing of flowers, thinking of you today. And it wouldn't be this long.
She also spent probably $200 to $300 a week, so
She just said she kept sending every week. She would send something, a gift, something to her. So that showed her she's got money.
She's got money. Yes, good point. Money.
Long letter. It was just like, you're in my heart today. I'm thinking of you today. And she knew from afar that before we started talking about that, say the arraignment was coming up or something, and I would come home and there were pretty flowers on. She was just aware of what was happening in the case very, very early on, as it was public. And then we'd come home and there'd be flowers on the porch and and a card, and it would be from her saying, thought of you today. I hope things went well. So it was just that, and she has very distinct writing, so I'd always recognize her writing, and she would always do the 3D cards. The coolest card, you can open it up and and you're just like, oh, and I'm like, you just got a sense after a while that this person is really invested in this, maybe it's the case, our family, truly she cares. I mean, for someone to, for me to take the time just to mail a bill, it takes me 2 weeks to get it out to the mailbox. So, and I'm like, she's taking the time to address this, to mail this, to get this card, to go, she really cares. She really cares. And, I reached out to her on the Facebook page because I knew who she was on the Facebook page, and did a private message, a DM, a PM, whatever you call it. And said, here's my number, and we, I think we texted maybe a couple times, and then I was like, can I call you? And she was just like, sure. And I think our first call was like a 3-4 hour phone call.
Wow.
And this was way before the foundation.
Mhm.
I mean, this was when we were knee deep up into court. I think we were around like the venue change, when it went from late
Right
charge to
there.
county,
Love bombing. Love bombing is the
Yeah.
exact word. Love bombing. That is weird.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I don't
Fully
care
agree
if
with
it's a old police officer or what. That is weird.
Who's love bombing? What did she say?
Tracy Baracco was love bombing Christy Gonsalves. She was sending her gifts every week. Christy wasn't responding at first. And to get Christy's attention, Tracy Baracco continued to send her PM, DMs,
Makes you wonder why.
gifts, letters constantly over.
Yeah.
Not only did it show Christy that she's got money, sending gifts every week, but it's love bombing. It's the same thing.
Why does that name sound familiar to me? Tracy
Love bombing?
Bracco sounds Tracy
Oh.
Bracco.
She's an
sounds
old
familiar to me.
police officer.
She
You're
was
probably thinking of Lorraine Bracco.
sounds like somebody that was on a show.
Donnie
She was.
Brasco.
Lorraine Bracco played Tony and the
No.
Sopranos.
No, I'm thinking of somebody who it might have been like I don't know if it was a documentary or something, and there were these groups of friends that came together because one of them suffered from a crime. They were trying to solve something. Like that
Oh,
sounds
okay.
like one of the names of the women. So it
Could
would
be.
be like this advocacy, like they were these women who came together. It's not very well known. I'm just curious. Like that seems like the type of person that would reach out and do something like this.
What I'm wondering, if she was pushing to get a hold of her all this time and she's such a great person, why didn't she push this video, bud?
What do you mean?
Like the views on this video are shit.
Oh yeah, they're garbage.
She clearly doesn't talk about this woman and all the bullshit that she spews out.
Is this a popular podcast?
I've never heard of it before this.
Me neither.
It had like 25 views.
On what?
Bianca found it. YouTube.
It's called
She might be popular on like Apple Podcasts or something. I don't know.
she's got 557 subscribers, so maybe it's
And
new.
again, the foundation that's not a bad thing, and it's also not a bad thing to like do a
No.
foundation when you're
Yeah.
grieving and stuff. A lot of people do that because
If you're doing it for the right reason, Kim.
you'll just melt in your. No, I understand. I understand.
That's my only thing.
You ever try to walk out the house with two different shoes on? Okay.
Yeah.
I've done it
Definitely
once.
there's nothing wrong with this, and this is I listen, I agree. This is a good way for people to heal. I get that too. If you're doing it for the right reason. Absolutely. And I question that is all I'm saying. I question that based on things I've seen.
I thought I'm like reading some of the chat as it flies by. Did Christy say she never actually met this Tracy?
Not
Did
until
somebody
after
in
the
the
fact.
chat say that?
No, she was like a crazy.
Did they have they
weirdo.
physically met face to face?
They have now, but back then in the beginning they hadn't. No.
Wow.
No, she was just like a random person
talking to her almost,
reaching
yeah.
out constantly, though. Over message, gift, like sending her gifts every week. Christy just said that. Like she would send me gifts every week, and then I finally responded to her.
Yeah,
Like,
I get
love
that.
bombing.
I get that. But did they go ahead and start this foundation without actually ever having met?
I'm pretty sure yes.
That's
what I'm wondering.
wild. That's
What part does she play?
Don't quote me, but I think
It's
she
a huge
might say it
trust
in here.
thing, like wow.
Persistence for reason. What was her reason? Clearly wasn't to put her on any of this on a podcast. This didn't go nowhere.
I just think
Because-
for anybody that's you could easily get scammed when you're in a vulnerable position like that
Yeah.
as a grieving family and someone reaches out you could easily be taken advantage of.
Like, yeah. And what was Tracy Bracco's point of inserting herself into this so persistently?
What was the tipping point that she
Well,
finally went,
yeah, you
"Oh,
don't know what
okay."
people's motivations are.
No.
So far, it seems like they're happy with it. So
See, I question. Here's my thing. I question Tracy. What does Tracy want out of this? Okay, I'm not trying to say that people can't just be doing things out of the goodness of their own heart, but
Sure.
it,
Hmm.
it was insane, like almost like stalking what she was doing. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
some kind of a. I feel like there's something she's expecting.
If Tracy didn't have anything to offer them, they would have
Right.
called her a creepy stalker weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what that tipping point was, huh? Hmm.
I wonder if Tracy is doing something for herself within this. Is my biggest question, truly.
Who was Tracy tied to?
It's curious.
You know what I mean? That is honest to God. What is your gain from this? What are you going to be getting out? Because she was pushing hard, y'all, hard. She finally got what she wanted, and I'm curious to see how this turns out and where this heads, because there's got to be some kind of something in this for her, in my opinion.
That was my point, that's just a very, you can take a
Right.
chance, but when you meet people through the computer, we all know how that goes.
It's not always a good thing. You are absolutely right, ma'am.
Sorry, guys. Love you all. Sorry.
My name is
Yeah.
Jeff.
Exactly. On we go.
And I don't have a lot of friends. I don't. I have my family, and I always looked at it like friends are kind of a pain in the ass. Like I have friends, and I love my low maintenance friends. I love my low maintenance friends that are like, it's my birthday on Tuesday.
Wasn't the foundation Tracy's idea?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. So yeah, absolutely, Liz.
She's like half of the foundation, basically.
And so
If
there's
not more.
probably part of the gain at that point. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see with that. I'm guessing that's where she feels that she's going to gain something out of this, in my opinion. So you can say it's nonprofit all you want. There will be a way that it makes money. Period.
For TV.
Like I'm just like I'm just exhausted by like high maintenance friends, and so many friends are high maintenance. And I do have my family, and my husband is my best friend, and I do have my children, and I'm like, I don't need friends. Like I have friends. I work for the school district, and there's 40 teachers in the building, and I consider every single one of them my friend. Like hi, good morning, hugs, and oh my God, what's going on today? So it's not like I don't, and we text each other and stuff, but I don't know. Like I said, high maintenance friends are just like a pain in the butt for me. I'm like, I'm busy. I'm a mom. I do my weekends with Steve. Last thing I want to do is go hang out with my friends every weekend. Once a year, twice a year, sure, but not every weekend. My sister has a lot of friends, and she's with her friends all the time, like all the time. And she has a fun life, but she invites me, and I'm always like, oh my gosh, no, like no. That relationship it was just perfect. She lived in North Carolina, so she couldn't come knocking on my door.
And I don't fly, so I'm not
Theoretically.
gonna fly and knock on her door. Yeah.
She doesn't fly. And I'm like, this is the perfect friend for me, and
I don't have to
really
do
worked out,
anything with you. I don't have to do anything with you. I don't have to see you. I don't have to give anything back to you. I just take. It's
Seems
a
like my
perfect
children.
relationship for me.
Yep.
I mean, she just said she doesn't want to have to deal with friends.
Yeah.
High maintenance friends. Like, what the hell?
Wonder if that's how she treated her kids.
Well, yeah, good point, Mike. Good point. And I kind of I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to leave that go. But good catch and good point, guys.
And just for the record, people that have a foundation, like let's say Christy's the CEO of this foundation, she gets paid the fair market value for a CEO in the everyday world. They get a salary. It's not free. It's not it doesn't mean she doesn't make money. It actually means the opposite. She gets a salary from this foundation.
Good point. Very good
Huh.
point. Yeah,
Makes you wonder if that's a nonprofit.
This is not completely, no, this is not
Tracy Bracco gets a salary. Steve Gonsalves gets a salary. If Olivia works for it, she gets a salary. They all get salaries for it.
But they
And
could have
there's
set that
supposed to
up,
be no
that
profit.
foundation as a nonprofit, correct?
That's the way
But
it's supposed to
The
be.
people who work there
Yeah,
still
yeah.
get salaries for
Yeah,
running
but
the
in the
foundation.
end, are they all flushing it and they aren't paying anything off of it? You know,
Who
I
knows
wonder how
what
they
they're
filed
doing
that.
with it? But nonprofits does not mean nobody gets anything from it. That's
Yeah.
not what a nonprofit means.
Yeah, but it means that basically it just fuels their fuckery because they can flush so much shit under this that it would
Sure.
be like, yeah, we'll just, oh yeah, that's for the nonprofit, the fund, the whatever. It's all part of bullshit.
Tax write-off.
Tax
I mean, all
write-off, yeah.
sorts of stuff. But yes,
Lawsuits, etc.
nonprofits do not mean nobody makes a profit.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a drug and alcohol counselor, I worked for the biggest nonprofit in my area, and they're bajillionaires.
Yeah.
For profit, for sure.
Interesting point.
We both cuss like sailors and FDF, you know, and all, you know, so I'm like, I like this lady, you know, and so really just started there, and I mean, she helped me write my impact statement. I'm like, my mind at that time, I mean, I literally was just like, I don't even know what I want to say to this POS. I'm like, I'm like, I was debating whether I even did, just because my mind was just, as you know, with grief and trauma, your brain kind of, I don't know if it's mush. I don't know if it's just the over emotion, the overstimulation, because you feel, you know, there is a sense of fear. I don't want to be like I'm afraid of them, but there's a sense that, you know, you're sitting in the room with this person, confusion, terror, sadness, helplessness, hopelessness. I mean, you know, everything is out of your control. And you've just lost your daughter. And whether that was 3 years ago or at that time, you know, it was closer, a year and a half, whatever. And in the most horrific way, you know, I'm not trying to take anything away from somebody who lost their child in a car accident or a drowning. It's a life lost. You know what I'm saying? But when somebody intentionally goes in and stabs your child to death in their bed, in their home, it's just different. And I can't say how it's different because I've never had a child drown. So I'm not trying to take away from that at all. But to have somebody intentionally take your child's life, you know, I don't know if my brain functions completely correct still at this time. I mean, honestly, like full on how it did before. I'm not saying I'm like, you know, I'm not a zombie by any means, like it, you know, but sometimes, I mean, I definitely feel like I'm not quite as quick as I used to be, or, you know, and I just feel like I kind of have like a little bit of trauma brain, a little bit of grief brain, you know, like still that's kind of like cloudiness that kind of hangs on. I forget things, you know, a lot, and it may just be because I'm getting older. But yeah, so, you know, I couldn't even wrap my head around this impact statement, you know, and I'm like, I felt at that point, she knew me. She knew what I wanted to say. But for me, sometimes getting the words out are very hard. And you know, she wrote some things up and, you know, she at least got me a good start. And I'm like, all right, you know, here we go. You know, and I'm like, can I really get up and read this impact statement that Tracy Bracco completely wrote? So
boom. Can you pause it for a second?
I had to put some of my own work into.
Did you hear what she just said?
Kind of.
The victim impact statement that Tracy Bracco completely wrote. She couldn't even take the dang time to write her own victim impact statement for her daughter.
Yeah, I've always thought that none of them.
You have got to be kidding me. She couldn't even write her own, from her own emotions, from her own thoughts and feelings of what she went. She couldn't even write her own statement for this. What does Tracy Bracco know about losing a daughter to being stabbed to death, supposedly in their bed? You know what I mean? Like,
it almost sounds like Tracy stepped in and took control of like the family situation completely, and is
it's
like
just
a handler
unbelievable to me that she could not write her own victim impact statement.
Yeah, that's rough.
But you can take all of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that people sent you for, like you can't even write your own statement from your own thoughts and feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Good question, Logan.
Do you not have them?
Great question. That bingo. Do you not have them? There you go. You gotta wonder that. You do. That's a personal thing, you guys. That's a
That is
very
so
personal thing.
personal.
What's
You're
interesting
absolutely right.
about
That
this
is wild.
Claudia lady is she's been to a lot of domestic violence stuff, and this may or may not be correct, but it appears that she was shot by an ex-husband, apparently.
Claudia King was?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I'm like, no camera. I'm trying to
That's
figure out.
kind of strange considering Olivia got arrested for domestic violence.
And they're always on this, you know where I'm going. They always talk about this, sexual domestics, that angle. I don't know.
Interesting.
That
I
is-
wonder what a domestic violence survivor feels about the person they're talking to's daughter being the domestic violence abuser. I would feel like that would rub you the wrong way.
Yeah.
Sure would me.
Good point.
It does seem she's hot on Apple Podcast. Kim. She debunked me.
Good point. Good point.
Hmm.
On we go.
Do it, and that's what I did. And I mean, I just am forever grateful to her for everything, and every day, her and her family just
I'll be right back, guys.
I mean, I believe 100% that it was divine intervention. I do believe that God created this out of all the people. And I mean, and I've told her there was one other lady that I used to talk to, but I haven't even talked to her anymore. I'm like, I don't do this. I don't give out my phone number. I don't talk to people that, I try to talk to them on Facebook and say, thank you for your card. Thank you for your gifts and stuff like that. But I don't do this. People don't have my phone number. And I mean, I wasn't trying to be like, you're really special. I was just trying to be like, you mean something to me, like I feel something with you.
There was a pull there, definitely. There was something that you couldn't, I had recently just experienced a loss myself, my mother, who had been her and I since I was 6. So there was a reason why. And like I said, I don't know what it was. I mean, I've seen 1,000 cases, 1,000,000 cases. And there was something about Kaylee and something about this family. And I believe there was divine intervention in it 100%. I mean, Christy and I have never even met in person. And we're getting all this done. She's not drinking coffee, and I don't even drink coffee. But if there goes a time lately where we've kind of relaxed and talking, or there's
Still
a
to this
day or
day,
something, I feel like
have not met in person.
like I'm missing something. I'm missing my little friend in the morning. I'm missing my little pick me up, and that's what she's become for me. They've all become that for me.
Christy, how does that feel to you that you're giving to Tracy just as much as Tracy is giving to you?
I think it's an absolutely, and I don't want to sound corny or anything, but I think it is a beautiful thing. And that's why, I do believe so.
Can you pause it for a second? She said, still to this day, they have not met in person.
Still to this day, what?
They have not met in person.
Money is the motive.
That is odd.
Yeah.
That is very odd, considering you're basically giving this woman full reign over your family and their life, and this situation, starting up a foundation with her. What, you haven't met in person once? That's strange. I'm sorry. Very strange.
That God gave Tracy to me. God did do this, because I had a very I had a struggle with God after losing Kaylee. You know, I mean, I was angry. I didn't believe anymore. I was like, you don't exist. And here I am talking to somebody saying, you don't even exist. Just leave me alone. Just get out of my life. And then I'm sitting there saying, well, why are you still talking to him if he doesn't exist? Why are you sitting there saying, why did you let this happen? You know, there is no God. But, and then I sit there and said, well, you're sitting there saying that, who are you talking to? If, you know, so, or I'd have these conversations with him, you know, just, you know, you would have never let this happen if you know, if you loved us and if you were real. I did for a long time, and you know, somewhere along the line, I just thought, you know what, let's turn this around. Let's talk to God. Let's talk to God. Let's apologize to him. Let's say, I'm sorry, God. I've been wrong. I know I'm wrong. I know that's evil getting in. You know, the enemy, and I hate to say his name, I just call him the enemy. The enemy wants me to feel this way. Mm-hmm. And I need you to change my heart. I need you to help me. I need your help. I need you. I need you. And I know you did not, this did not happen to Kaylee because of you. I know that there is evil on earth and there is free will, and you know, that's just not how God works, you know. So I started really praying heavily, and it was really funny because it was the thought of the foundation early on, and we had been approached about opening a foundation with this lady wrote me a letter, and I said, I prayed about it, and I said, if this is to happen, God, like, because I really didn't know, I said, please open those doors, push me through those doors, take my hand and lead me through these doors. I don't know what my next step is. I don't know what to do. So open doors that need to be opened. And then tell me too, you can't just open them for me. You need to say, go through the door, Christy, you know, and close the doors and slam them. Mm-hmm. You know, this is not the door. I said, I need you to speak to me. I need you. I am begging, you know, and it wasn't long after that Tracy came into my life, you know, and
oh my God.
It just all it fit. I mean, it just all, you know, and I pray about this foundation all the time. And, you know, because, you know, I'm just a mom. I have worked in the school district for many years, and I just always did it for many years. I just volunteered at my kids' school, their elementary school, their junior high schools. And then I eventually landed a position as, you know, a para. So I was at a para. Then I wound up being the admin assistant at the junior high. And so I've always been kind of with the community and whatnot. And I don't have some crazy college, you know, degrees or anything like that. I'm just a mom of 5 kids way up here in North Idaho, you know. So I'm not trying to dumb myself down by any means, but, you know, I didn't think that, you know, I could do this or be this strong. And it's coming from somewhere. And I think it's pretty undeniable where it's coming from, you know, and that's God, you know. And so, you know, this foundation, every day, I'm like, you know what, if we're supposed to go in this direction, again, please, you know, open the doors, guide me. And like I said, I'm stubborn, and sometimes I don't get it. So that's why I'm like, sometimes you got to push me through the door, God, because, you know, opening the door, you're going, walk through the door, Christy. And I'm like, do I walk through this one or do I shut this one? So you got to be real clear with me, God. And you know what? And I've just been giving it to God, and it is just, I feel like the foundation gets better and better and better every day.
Okay. I have to say something at this point, because I've just heard the word God about 35 times within one paragraph. And I'm sorry, you guys, but these are some of the meanest people I've ever met. And to be throwing that word around like that really bothers me. I'm really sorry.
Sometimes it makes you wonder, are they left on an open mic doing this shit? With half the shit they say? Holy Christmas.
I just don't understand how you can fling this word around in one sentence, jump onto Facebook and tell somebody to go fuck themselves sideways over a statement about hair.
Look what
Okay?
Steve was just on Daniels the other night with that old cross hat on, huh?
Well, that's my point. That is
Calling
my
people
point.
the R word.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. This is exactly what I'm trying to say, you guys. These two things do not go hand in hand. They don't line up. So it just bugs me. I'll be honest. It bugs me. I understand anger. I understand pain. I understand all of this, okay? Not to their extent, I don't. But to say what this doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
Just on a curious note, wasn't Brian's mom also a parapro?
Also, a what?
Christy said she's a parapro.
Brian's mom was a teacher. I know that much.
Yeah.
But like a full-blown licensed educator, or I thought
That I
think
don't know.
She teaches.
so I think it was the same thing, because a parapro is a person who, it's a certification. It's not a teaching degree, so you can get it in a few weeks.
Like
and
a
they're
teaching
paid
assistant.
hourly, and they go into a school and they'll help out with the special needs classes. They're like an aide to assist those teachers.
As they're saying she was a teacher. She taught.
Yeah, I
seventh
thought she
grade.
was a teacher. I remember a
Yeah.
statement, something about Brian going to her classroom or something like that when he was
And then
in
Willie
school.
said
It
that.
was more of I thought it was more of like a special education part of it. So
Okay, maybe
Mhm.
then.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe.
I've always heard that she was just a teacher, but that could mean it's like a TA
I just
with
thought I
special
heard
needs.
someone say that they went to her room for like extra reading help or extra help. Like,
Oh.
those are the teachers that do that kind of thing. It's nothing. I just thought, oh, that's a coincidence.
Right. Good
Yeah,
call.
maybe.
Good call. Very good call. Interesting point. Will do. On we go.
And and some days we get in stumps and we're like, this isn't working, this is failing. And then the next day we're like, this is doing great. We launched on May 1st. We just have baby legs. We're just babies right now, and then the next day something big happens and we're like, watch out, world, because here we come. So it's back and forth. But for the most part, I think we're right where we need to be. And we're on a 1-lane road. We're in 1 lane right now. And I do eventually think it's going to be a highway with 6 lanes. But right now, we're 1 lane. And that's where we're staying. I'm like, this is where we need to be. And when we expand, we will expand. But right now, it is just us. We have a great team of people. And we're just going to keep pushing forward right now as we are. And if it continues to expand, if we collaborate with others, if we do, we don't, I think that this is exactly where we need to be right now at this moment. So
I love that you decided to focus on DNA for a lot of reasons. I mean, one, we know that genetic genealogy was what helped catch this individual and put him away. And had it not been for that, it might have taken much longer and been a much more difficult process. And we also know that DNA and genetic genealogy continues to evolve and has opened up so many doors on older cases. Everybody knows about the Golden State Killer. There's a bunch others, but that's kind of what people think about. Tracy, I would love to hear from you what you think the potential is for Murder Has a Name, and how many lives you think you can help and change, even just in this 1 lane of DNA and genetic genealogy.
I think if we can get the word out to the public, I think people would be, number one, shocked about how many cases sit on shelves because they don't have the funding, it's egregious. I can't even imagine being the victim of a violent crime and not having the funding.
So you were right, Kim. Hold on, I'll show you why. Thank you, Fizzy. She was a school paraprofessional who worked with special needs students, not a certified classroom teacher. There you go.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank
Fizz.
you.
Yep.
And someone did make the point in chat, just to be correct, that those types of teachers can also go into a standard regular classroom. If there's students in there that have like special IEPs or things like that, they help to assist, because I had them in my classroom.
Can you imagine this woman working with kids in that aspect? I can't even fathom that, let alone visualize that. I'm sorry. Nope. No, 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 no. I would be afraid for my child to be alone with this woman at this point. And how she would treat her. That's just my opinion. I'm just
Wait, who was a paraprofessional?
Christy. Remember earlier she was talking about working within the school district, so on and so forth?
Oh, I thought we were talking about Bryan's mom.
Both.
We were after the fact that Tim brought up,
Oh,
but
I missed
in the
it.
beginning, Christy was talking about working for the school system. I'm guessing, if I'm wrong, please fix me, but I'm guessing that's what she was stating, is that's what she did. So if she did that,
She said
holy
it.
shit,
She said
Yeah.
paraprofessional. And I just made the connection. I'm like, oh, they both did the same job.
I
that's
feel like
horrifying. That is
I feel like-
scary as shit.
she got stuck in the janitor's closet with that vacuum thing cleaning erasers. Sucking chalk dust.
That scares the hell out of me. I'll be honest with you. For any child that has to, I don't know what age group she would work with, but damn.
That is unbelievable. I've heard her say more nice things about her foundation than about Kaylee
Yeah.
ever. She's got like this excitement about it, and I don't ever hear her talk about Kaylee like that.
That's a good point. Very sad.
It does make me wonder, what can she actually intellectually speak on?
Not much. Opinionate, in my opinion, sorry. Oh, Lord, have mercy on these people.
To test that and having to move on to the next case. As you know, law enforcement, they work tirelessly, and there should be funding at their fingertips for this. This should be the first line of defense always, not the last, not the second to last. It should be the first line of defense forever. I mean, so I do think we have the potential to reach thousands and thousands of cases, but it's just raising the awareness that is the problem right now. People need to upload that DNA to GenMatch and to these companies. And without these pools of DNA, it's going to be harder and harder.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. No.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Never, ever. No
no.
way.
Not any time in this lifetime. I'll just be honest. That is a no, period. So, good luck with that one. Considering what here's another point. Considering what we've seen happen within this case, who's going to trust this? Anybody, please.
Yeah.
I can't see it. I know I sure as hell wouldn't.
Impossible.
Obviously, Logan won't. I wouldn't. You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to trust this. I'm sorry. No. Not even a little tiny bit. No, they were talking about that Turkey Creek. Yes, it was about Bryan's mom. But beforehand, she spoke about how she worked for the school system as well, Turkey Creek. And that was what her statement was that she did. And then we went on into Bryan's mom being the same thing, which is interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, Kim. I think this is why you did. Because they talked down about Bryan's family, but you're the same level of the same type of a person in your occupation.
And it almost seems like, in what you just said, in the same level of occupation, that you almost use that to lure them in things that you had to like, huh?
What do you mean is lure who?
In the whole education thing, like, it's just everything that this woman is speaking is, I feel like, is luring word salad bullshit.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. No, I get it. Yep. Word salad bullshit dressing. 100%.
But why?
I have no idea, bud. Like, I have no idea. And most of what she speaks on, it sounds to me like when she was trying to explain the IgG stuff the other day, it was like listening to Charlie Brown's teacher try to tell a story. That's all you wah,
Yeah.
wah, 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 wah. And it's like, what are you even saying? She has no clue what she's talking about, but just rolls on with it like it's nothing. So again, I'm not trying to attack. I'm pointing out things that are, in my opinion, problems within this situation. It makes it worse. That's all I'm saying.
To find these people. So as long as we have these gigantic pools to swim in and find them, people are going to get found. And there's going to be answers for victims and for families.
I love that you said for victims and for families, because I think we often, when we think about crime, we think about a victim. You know, Kaylee is a victim, but that's not true. You know, you have a family, a community, a world of victims, of people that knew her and interacted with her. So I love that you said, you know, everybody else that's involved. And I'm also glad you pointed out what the general public can do. And I'm here to say, as far as GEDmatch goes, super easy. I did it like a month ago for reasons I'll share when we're done recording with you ladies. But I uploaded my DNA there. I did it on my phone because
I can't stress this again. Don't do this. Please don't do this. I don't trust this in any aspect, you guys. Of course, I'm not telling you what to do. I don't want it to come off this way. After what we have seen happen within this case, I do not trust any aspect of this, any version of this. I do not. I absolutely do not. And they're shoving this down people's throats now. In it, that's how I see it. And I'm sorry, but I don't trust this at all. No, not even a little bit, you guys. It's a bad thing in my opinion. So you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Just if you choose to use one of these, all I'm saying is please be careful, folks. I would never. You couldn't pay me to do it. I'm telling you.
There is surely an agenda for this.
I agree with that.
There's a huge agenda. It's going to be like, when you get sick, when you're older, we'll sell you your own DNA back for $1 million. And then you can have,
Yeah.
What do you think somebody's form of communication in a mental facility would be?
Is it
Writing? Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
What?
No. They can have phone calls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where the word writing came out of Christy's mouth. Because if you send emails, you type. Where'd write come from?
Well, this is how they talk anyway. It doesn't matter. And I agree with Meanie on this one. I'm waiting for Scottus to rule it unconstitutional. I pray to God that happens. I really do. It should be. Great call, Meanie. Yeah, this is how they talk, though, Mike. They don't verbalize things the way a lot of people do. So, in turn, you gotta
Yeah,
kind of take it with a grain of salt.
It's kind of like the Bryan Kohberger thing.
Yes. Yeah. I get it. Absolutely, sir.
sometimes I hate opening my laptop, and it was super easy to do. It's free to do if you've had, your DNA done with Ancestry or any of the other ones, 23andMe. It's free to throw in there and give law enforcement the opportunity to use that to trace potential issues and people and track them down and give other people answers that they deserve. Tracy, what else can the
Okay, listen, guys. Does nobody else find it odd that we have two families, two of the victims here, doing the exact same thing on different ends of the spectrum? Not different ends of the spectrum, the same thing in different aspects. Okay, we have the Gonsalves doing this, and then we have the Chapins doing their version of it with Othram.
And you gotta think,
this has turned into like a giant infomercial, folks.
the one side of this family, if that really is true about the hair in their son's hand, and you're going to go into that, I got a lot of wonder, just like everybody else. Why?
Say the last part, Mike. My son.
So what I said, if that was your son that had that clump of hair in your hand, it's a lot of wonder. Why would you go into that? I mean, I don't know.
I get it. I get it.
I'm not
I just find it seemingly odd, considering how this is all played out, that two separate families are now involved in aspects of things with this case. And again, I'm not saying, like Kim said earlier, this isn't necessarily a bad thing if you're doing it the right way and for the right reason, but this is just weird. It's just weird, is all I'm saying.
General public do to help you guys out right now? What's other than loading their DNA, what's the biggest thing people can do?
Well, they can donate, and I can definitely wholeheartedly say every single penny goes to that foundation. Christy and I, nobody takes money. We don't take a salary. We do everything for free, and that way it will continue for the rest of my life in this. It will be for free. This crime was not limited to the Gonzalez family, to the Chapin family, to the Kernoodles, and to the Mogans. It was not limited to them. It could happen to any single one of us. They are out there right now. There's people plotting and planning. People are loving reading all these autopsy reports and all these things that happen and seeing the notoriety of these people. So they are out there. It can happen to you. A rape could happen to you. An assault could happen to you. And would you want your case sitting on a shelf somewhere? Would you want the funding? If it's $10, put $10 and be proud of yourself that that's putting $10 into helping somebody, the victim who may not be here anymore, or the victim's family who are waiting for those answers and for that perpetrator to be taken off the streets and put where he belongs.
I have always said, because I've worked in a few nonprofits, that, I mean, obviously we want the $1 million donors, because who doesn't want the $1 million donors?
Of course.
But those people that give $1, it's like, you know, that dollar was hard to come by, and they really had to think about it to give you that dollar. And so I have so much respect for those people, you know, that give the smaller amounts, because the more of those that exist, you get the funding. How can law enforcement?
My talk is not cheap. I have put in money to this. My friends, I have convinced my own friends. I have friends from first grade. I have called and said, listen, you need to do this. So I have put my money where my mouth is too. And I have donated, and I have got my friends and my family to donate, and decent size of money. You know, what I can do, I want to make sure this does not happen to my kids and my kids' kids. And I want to make sure that when I leave this earth, it's better for them than I left it.
I love that, because, you know, the world is a challenging place right now, and a lot of people are just trying to survive, you know, and just trying to make it. And to have you ladies here going above and beyond for other people is phenomenal. Christy, I would love for you to talk for a minute about how that helps your healing and your process to do this for others in honor of Kaylee.
So, you know, I really, you know, yes, Kaylee is a victim, and so is our family. But I hate being in those shoes. I hate being in the shoes of a victim.
Oh my God.
Whether, you know, it goes back to when we were raising our family, and they were, you know, crying because, you know, their friend has these shoes and they don't have, you know, they want those shoes, you know, like, quit being a victim, you know, just quit. You know, and working in the school district, you know, there are some kids that just have that victim mentality, you know, and they're a victim for every little thing, you know, everything is, none of it's their fault. It's all because what somebody else did to them, and this and this and this and this, and, you know, so I've seen that, you know, and it's just like, it's got to be miserable just to come.
Wow.
Yep.
That was pretty harsh, don't you think?
Which part? That Kaylee was a victim and our family.
That had to be added, yes, but that last part she threw in there, she just comes off mean. Like mean, okay? I'm sorry, but
You notice what you just said, you notice that her voice and how she speaks becomes very clear when she becomes more mean?
Yes, very much so. Very much so. The colder she starts acting, the more, very much so, Mike. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I see it as well.
Wow.
completely. And some people want to victimize themselves. And I mean, I hate that behavior. I've always not liked that behavior. We've always taught our kids, don't be a victim. Quit crying about it. Put your shoes on that you got and go, you know? So being in those shoes of the victim, when all of a sudden we're like, we're victims, we don't like this. You know, I don't want to be a victim, you know, like, I don't know. That's a sad place to be, right? That's a sad place to be. And it is sad what happened to us. And we are victims. I don't want that mentality though. I could be a victim without having the victim mentality. And, you know, starting this foundation for me has totally, has changed everything. Since we started it, actually pulled the trigger on it May 1st and said, okay, we're launching it tomorrow. We are announcing it tomorrow. We are going forward. There's just no turning back. I have felt better than I had ever felt since losing Kaylee. I feel like there's a purpose, and I feel that purpose is to do this, you know, and it is on behalf of Kaylee, but it's also on behalf of my family. Like, you know, my whole family, like to, you know, look what mom is doing, you know, and she's doing it, you know, it is in Kaylee's name. It's in Kaylee's legacy. It's in her honor. And, I feel like I'm turning the tables for the first has happened and really doing something other than just laying in bed, you know, not taking a shower every day, just moseying around the house, you know, being like, this is my life, kind of like Eeyore, like literally, like, just sending a text here and there and this and that. And now every morning I'm like, I got to get up. I got Zoom meetings. I got to take a shower, you know, and it puts me back in that headspace of
control.
Life is still going. You're going to carry on. And there are days where I'm like, I wish I could cancel every one of my Zooms today. We have 3, we have 4, we have 2, we have 1. But I'm like, nope, let's do it. And after every Zoom, I'm always like, that felt so good. That was so good. That I just felt like it's almost like therapy. It's like therapeutic to be able to sit here and talk about this. And I am so excited about this foundation. I have super high hopes for this, for what we want to do. And I'm just excited.
When you guys say something?
Oh, no, but I find this kind of interesting.
Why?
To like paint her, basically, she just painted out her life. Like she basically became a mom, raised kids, became unimportant. And in my opinion, this is her next gratification in life. Money.
That's a good point.
Moving on. I swear she just said it.
The next interesting point, too. Good call. Very much so. I get it.
Excited. I'm so excited about raising money and getting to where we need to be able to to be able to pay for that first case. And we are not involved in solving these cases by any means. That's law enforcement, and that is the labs that are doing the testing. We are just a small portion. But just to be a little piece of giving a family some peace of mind. We didn't have it for 7 weeks, and that is no way to live. Absolutely no way to live your life. It is practically unlivable. Now, 7 weeks was long enough. I'm sure at some point, maybe, I don't know, because I didn't do any more than 7 weeks. It starts just to get easier and you just accept it. But I was not at that point. I was at that point where I was literally like, I cannot live like this. I can't live. I can't live. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's next, but I cannot live my life not knowing who did this to my child.
One
so
sec.
I know that there's families out there that have lived this.
I'm very curious. 1 minute, buddy. I'm very curious what cases they're going to choose to fund. I really want to dig into the cases that they choose to fund. I'm very curious about that.
That's a good point too, Logan, because I have a question too to go with that. How do you think that's going to work? I mean, do you think it's just going to be well, no, that one's not important enough for me. I don't like this one. I don't like that one. Let's go with that one. Is that how you think that's going to roll, or do you think it's just going to be anything that they can put their hands on, or just your opinion, obviously?
I'm not sure. I wonder if they're going to take like cases that are well known and popular to get their name out there. More of a personal
Yeah.
agenda for them to be more popular.
I wonder if they're going to do personal portfolios
rather than small cases that really do need the help that they won't get any credit for. Or
that's why I was asking that question.
I wonder how you market such thing.
Superficial. Yeah. Any comments, Kim, or no?
She is so starstruck, Joe.
She's not here. She may have stepped away. Okay. Onward.
This way for years, their mom, their dad, their brother, they don't know. And to be able to be a little piece of that, because we paid for a portion of the DNA or for all of the DNA to be tested, and they got an answer. They got the answer that says Joe Blow is the perpetrator in your case. And just have a name and then a face. And then all the fun court stuff starts. But hey, that person's been caught. And DNA does not lie.
Right.
It does not lie. People.
DNA does not lie. Interesting statement.
Chalk dust.
I feel like they are not knowledgeable enough on DNA to be making statements on DNA or funding DNA. Well, I guess the funding isn't really, if they really do help cases, then that's perfectly fine. That's great. But I don't feel like they're knowledgeable enough about DNA. I don't think they know the difference between primary DNA and secondary DNA.
And that's what I was saying the other day when she was talking about the IgG and then the DNA stuff. She was rambling and like just had no idea what she was talking about. Okay.
And that's why I said earlier, what can they actually intellectually speak on? No.
That's the point. And you can, folks, we've seen it. We've seen it and it's been done. You can manipulate DNA. It does. It does lie. Okay. When they want it to. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
So moving on.
With companies like this that are built off of bullshit.
That's what I worry about, Mike. Honest to God, that's exactly what I worry about with this.
What's wrong with the company? Because at some point in time, didn't Steve claim that they didn't have, that they had less whatever database than what they actually have?
I believe so.
Yeah.
People cannot go get DNA from GEDmatch and plant it at a scene. They do not have this big, huge. I mean, it would have to be the biggest area ever, where they actually have your little spittoon of spit, where they take that actual spit, and that's not even spit anymore, and plant it at a scene and say you're busted. I mean, it's all computerized. It's it's in a database. They can't take something out of a computer and go smear it at a crime scene. So people thinking, I'm not uploading to GEDmatch. I'm not giving the government my DNA, this and that, so they can go plant it somewhere. That's not the way that it works. You know what I'm saying? It's just not.
Why would she even say
He
plant?
absolutely does not understand this.
And you want to know what? If Othram did such a great job with the DNA in this case of her daughter's death, why the fuck would you go and create a company that's trying to do better than what they did? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Or I don't know that that's what they were doing, but maybe you would try to work with that company that did.
And that's what the Chapins are doing, right?
Yeah.
But then you got these.
They started their entire own foundation that they're going to attach themselves to other entities to grow it and make it be this organization that helps in investigations with that kind of stuff. In my
it's for the family.
Yeah. So I don't know. But this is wild. Really wild.
It's not like a live DNA sample. It's not a blood drop that they have of yours. It's not plantable. They can't go plant that at the crime scene, And I think there's a lot.
What?
Why is this a conversation? This whole planting thing, anyway.
What led to this? What was the question that? Can you guys know? Like what made her start talking about planting DNA?
I'm not sure, but this one, she doesn't know the shit difference between transfer DNA, but she wants to talk about planting. What the?
I mean, that's curious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, Logan, what started this whole part of this? Because
I think this is the reason why they're building their company. Because you never know what they're going to do with DNA. I could be wrong.
There wasn't one. She just rambled into it. I mean, that's curious that's on her mind.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why is this conversation happening? Because this just came out of nowhere from what I'm listening.
Well, I think she knows that's a theory that is out there in this case.
That could be it.
I do think that's why she mentioned it, is because that has been thrown around in this case, planting DNA. But I just don't think she has.
I know.
The background or knowledge to really even speak on DNA, really.
No.
Not that I do either, but you know what I mean? I'm not the one with the foundation.
I also wouldn't be speaking on it like this either.
And a little tidbit, like, if they do want to kind of venture over in and kind of what is going on here, because there's been, questions of DNA, they did want to talk to Mr. Gentry, the blood guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
I got the translation thing going on in my chat.
Oh
no.
Uh-oh. Are you calling
Sorry, OG Crypto. It's not bad, but I think what they tried to type did not type.
Type my name and see what happens.
Is that what that little... Oh, my God. That's worse than the freaking
that's a statement,
Nightbot.
though, to say you can't plant DNA. I mean...
Why would she even bring that up?
I mean...
That's what Kim's saying. Why is it on
really
her mind?
can't you? What if you took someone's blood and you smeared it somewhere, or you got somebody's spit and you smeared it somewhere, you grabbed a cigarette butt and put it somewhere, you could.
She can put more than 14 words into this shit, then she can talk about her own daughter that lost her life. Oh, Kaylee, this is for Kaylee, and then our family, and then it goes on to a freaking 2 paragraphs of shit.
Well, she said before this, you can't plant. DNA doesn't lie. Well, yeah, it can. And again, like Logan said, there's no qualifications here to be talking about this. She's just talking, in my opinion, sideways from things that she's being told to talk about. So, and you're being, I don't know. I'm just going to let it go. I don't want to be too overly critical, I guess.
I think we hit that about 2 hours ago. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
But I feel it's weird.
A lot of misnomers with it. And I really want to dive deeper into that aspect of that to be able to be more convincing with my upload to GEDmatch conversations. I'm not a pro yet. I will be, because that is a huge goal of mine, to be able to just somebody that's like, absolutely not. I want to be able to have a conversation with you and convince you at the end of it, I'm doing this. I want to be able to be like, I'm convinced. She convinced me. I'm not there yet. But one day I will be able to convince some person that believes absolutely not and be like, wow, Christy convinced me and I'm going to do it.
Convinced for what? Convincing.
To give their DNA to GEDmatch. This is her goal.
Oh, gotcha.
Man.
I do not trust this. This is her whole goal, is to be able to convince people to go through GEDmatch. There's something wrong with that.
So
I don't
have
think
to
it's
work-
going to take you that long to get there because you're quite convincing and everything you said is accurate. It is frustrating because I hear that same argument, oh, I don't want the government to have this, that, and the other. I mean, the government has everything already of ours anyway. So it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah. Tracy, where do you see this going? What is your 6-lane highway for Murder Has a Name?
I think we have a fantastic board, and we had a great phone call prior to this that I'm hoping leads to other avenues as well. Again, it seems to fall in our lap sometimes. It's with hard work, but it seems to fall in our lap. And I think that this could go into a full-blown highway if we let it. And I would love for the world to be a part of that. I would love for people to look at the foundation and not just look at it as a foundation, but look at it as a foundation that they participated in. To know that when we find these names through these DNA companies and these hardworking law enforcement officers, that they can say, my money went to that. How great is that? Look at the smile on that mother's face. To circle back to what Christy said about, some of these people having to accept that maybe their victims or loved ones, perpetrator may not be found. That is inexcusable. There's no reason why you should have to accept that. We have the tools. We need to pay for those tools for law enforcement to be able to use them. There's no reason why we have to accept that. None whatsoever. And that's what I want to change people thinking, like, well, will they ever be found? I want you to think they will be found. They will 100% be found. And I want these perpetrators to know you will be found. It's not going to take 9 and 10 years. It's going to take a matter of time, a short matter of time. And every year that we're in business, I want that time to be shorter and shorter and shorter.
Do you have your first case picked out yet that you want to support? You don't have to say what it is.
We have not. Yeah, we have not opened up the application process yet. We figured we really needed to work very hard on that to kind of get specifics on what these DNA companies need. Each DNA company may need a different thing. So we need to basically fundraise at this point, because even if we were to raise $10,000, that $10,000 could be one case. And we have to go back to the drawing board again. I want to be able to say, oh, okay, boom, we have the first one. Let's do that.
What the fuck?
Let's keep them going. So when we do that application phase for the first month and we shut it down for the other 11 to fund, we know we have enough money to help those in the first queue. Where people are not waiting, where they're not getting their hopes up and excited and having to wait. And it's going to be first come, first serve. We are not.
Hold on.
We're not involved.
Who the fuck wins in the end, lady?
I thought that they had a lot of donations from like Chris McDonough and like all these people
Nancy
supporting
Grace,
them.
Dr. Phil, yeah.
Right. So what does she mean when we get our first $10,000?
Yeah.
Maybe they're only donating 10, 20 bucks or something. I don't know.
And they know they're going to get donations. And they haven't even researched a case yet. I would think that's one of the first things you would do.
Hey, how long before he tears apart that stuffy?
This one, probably
I
not.
agree.
Like
that is the first thing you should do.
It's a blue whale.
One of the first things you should do. Without a doubt. Any thoughts, Kim?
No.
I saw Sparkly. I saw it. Thank you. On we go.
Everybody is equally the same. If you're a victim, we're the people you need to be with. That's it. I don't care about anything that would happen or who you are or anything about you. If you're a victim, that's all we need to know. That's enough.
Have you already had, I know you said, go ahead.
I do want to add that different cases will be different amounts of money. Like in our case, Othram did ours, and they said ours was an extremely easy. They said there, and people say, oh, it's touch, and there was just this little. They said it was actually.
Okay, hold on, right there. So
Yes,
I will talk about things that have to do with the case. She said, and I this is one thing that I don't understand, the confusion between these talking points. she said Othram handled our case. Othram
Very well.
worked on our case, but Othram did not finish their work. And we hear talking points. Othram solved the case, but then in documents we see the FBI told them to stop. They got interrupted before they were finished. It's not Othram that did it. The FBI did it. Right?
Absolutely. You are absolutely correct. Yes.
So why is that narrative out there? That's another narrative that's out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a good question.
I guess that would mean that Othram was a blanket, right?
But that's a crucial part of this DNA. That's one of the whole entire reasons we question the DNA. Well, besides, no, I shouldn't say that's the whole entire. There's so many with the
whole entire reason they sent this shit.
Chain of custody, all this stuff. There's a lot of questions about the DNA, but the narrative is Othram. Like they did it. But then when you look at the court documents and the actual evidence about it, no, they never took it to completion. It wasn't them.
I wonder what
we need
no,
to.
No, the FBI took it over.
So what's the handshake deal with the FBI and Othram?
Just I don't think it's a deal. I mean, FBI is like legal authority, and they're
all right.
Like,
so let's hold up. So what was the deal with the woman in Colorado that sent all these bullshit cases and just got fucking popped? Who sent that DNA through?
Yeah, that's another.
Somebody handshook that deal. I
don't know.
That's
a good point, because we're just supposed to trust these,
Othram
experts because they're a DNA expert. We're supposed to trust them. And here you have a lady who handled thousands of cases, and she was corrupt.
Another state just sending it.
But I think we have to all understand that narrative about Othram is not true. That's not true. But they're putting that out on mainstream everywhere.
It's so trashy.
Agree. It shouldn't be happening either, guys, because Othram, like, we all know what happened. Othram wasn't doing what they wanted them to do. The FBI stepped in, took it over, did what they did. Othram did nothing. Okay? They did nothing. So that's why I get so pissed about the whole Othram thing. They did nothing. So,
other than put a name on it, in a destination, pretty much paper trail.
Put their name on it this is exactly why. Like I said, this is what it became an infomercial, and they got their way.
Yeah.
Well, Othram might have been doing the accurate work. The accurate work to go through that process, it is not a fast process. It's an investigative process that it's not just all lab work. It's a certain amount of lab work, but it's a lot of research, finding death certificate. Like, you have to find the people on the tree and know that you have to verify you have the right people. And you do that. You have to do that with legal documents and searching databases and newspapers. And it's not a fast process. And it seemed like they got to that certain point, whether, so they could have been doing legitimate work. And
that's why they flew it down there on the plane.
And
it was just 2 days.
Maybe. And that's the speculation. Why did the FBI step in and stop them?
Yeah. Let's not forget about all these boxes that sat in the house for how many days, huh?
They weren't going in the direction that they needed them to go, Kim. That's why they grabbed it and said, stop. No, you're not pointing. And this is what I think you're right. I think they were doing it the right way. It wasn't pointing at who they wanted it to. In turn, they stepped in and said, no, this is not what we're asking you to do. Just step aside. We got this. That's exactly what I see happening.
It's either the speed of how they were doing, like they wanted it faster, and they did it's a lot of people think they had they have the person Like they have the right person, but they didn't have all the evidence to like get him. I'm just saying that's the.
No, I
You know
what
what would send it to the public, though? That name Othram. Just like News Nation and Court TV. Those names send it to the public. Othram. Othram. We sent it to Othram. 2 days. They've sent this whole case through the freaking
this is a big problem because
through the
again,
media.
This company and this entity is getting like full-fledged credit for solving this case. Okay, that's exactly how they state it. It's how it's been stated. Othram solved the case. No, they didn't. Nobody has solved this case because we don't have we don't have the right pieces of information for this case to be solved. Okay, Bryan Kohberger. None of this makes any sense to me how they're allowed to say what they're saying because this is not how this went. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's curious that this also happened in the Nancy Guthrie case. Remember, like it's making me think like, are these law enforcement agencies getting a kickback or something like financially from these private labs? Because someone made a comment in the chat that like, you know, if the FBI was absolutely involved in this case, why wouldn't they just take the DNA, have a strong chain of custody, send it to their Quantico DNA laboratory and get it done? Why did we have to take this middle step with these private labs? It's for some, I don't know, like it's monetary, it's financial. They have
if the FBI did do that, what do you think they maybe would have put a presser out and puff their chest out that they solved this 4 homicide case in this college town?
I say that all the time. Like I compare it with the Long Island serial killer case and it was a special task force. It was all agencies. And when they arrested that person, they went to the podium, gave a press conference, and they put it all out there. Here's exactly how we caught him.
They put Bryan in a helmet.
Not in this case, not in many cases.
No, and it, like I said, this is what pisses me off with this because they're giving absolutely the wrong information here. They're puffing this up, make it look like this is what happened, and it absolutely did not happen. It did not happen this way. And here's my other problem with this. It always has been. They sent this off to Idaho State Lab first. And correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, because it's been a while.
Nope, that's right.
And they ran it through there twice, if I'm correct. Okay, and
didn't they develop the profile?
I think so. And then they couldn't.
I think they the ones that took the sheath and created the profile.
I think, but when they ran it, they didn't get anything. You know what I'm saying? There was nothing that they. Right, through CODIS. They didn't get anything, and then they send it off to Othram to get. They knew that this lab had the technology to
go to the fucking moon,
manipulate. In my opinion, manipulate. I'll just say it that way. And then they started to do their thing, and then as they're over this 2-day period of time, this is what we need. This is what we need. Oh wait. No. That's not what we mean. Here, just move over and give me this. And they took over. And then conveniently, ding, 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 we have what we need. And there it is. This is what I don't like about this. This is what needs to be known about this. And they're completely walking all the way around the fact that that's how this happened. Okay? And now Othram is the hero. They solved the case. We have our guy. You need to go. And Othram is boom, 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 and now Jed match this shit and this, that. No.
It's a name.
This is absolute bullshit.
They're sending it through the news. I mean, look at these jack monkeys.
I'm sorry, but this is why this bothers me so bad. All of this part of this. So, and they have their mouthpieces now. Both places do. All of these places are going to. And this is not okay, you guys. It's not okay. Look into your future. At some point, they're going to try to mandate this. They are going to mandate this somehow or another. They're going to try to do it. Okay?
How could this ever go to trial?
It wasn't supposed to, in my opinion.
No,
Mike. It was never going to.
Coming up.
I don't think they're going. I have a bad feeling that they're going to try not to allow it to. But
Well, people need to understand that too. Weak cases, weak prosecutorial cases get plea deals. They're
Right.
not going to offer you a plea deal if it's a slam dunk case for them. It doesn't work.
Absolutely.
never. And we knew that, guys, going into this. We knew that, like right away. We knew that. The prosecutor himself said it out of his own damn mouth. Just period. And I think they knew that the whole time. We don't have a case on him. We've heard this more than once. Bill Thompson's last famous words,
Mhm.
he could not put Bryan Kohberger in that house. Well, gee, guess what? You put him in prison. I'm just...
What a shitbag. 30 years of doing shit like that. 30,
And
more
that's
than
what
30.
I'm saying. He's gotten away with it for that long and will continue to get away with it if he continues in that office, period. This is insane. Pisses me off so bad. Moving on.
Single source male DNA on this besides my daughter's blood and Maddie's blood. So single source male DNA
Oh.
on one item.
Sorry, but she doesn't mention the unknown male
Nope.
blood
Nope.
on the sheet.
They do that on purpose, Logan.
Yep.
They purposely
It's so frustrating.
exclude it because they know that as soon as they mention that, this is my opinion, of course, but I'm telling you, this is what I see. They know that if they mention that, people are going to go, wait, what?
God.
What
Right.
Wait, what do you mean? Like unknown DNA, that male DNA? What? Why? Hold on.
She just commented on, I swear this, less than 2 minutes ago about unlabeled DNA. What a shitbag. I could be wrong, but I'm still going to hold to it.
All I'm saying is they will not bring up the full spectrum of the truth and reality of this because they know that it's going to be questioned. They conveniently leave that kind of shit out. Well, no.
And they know that the guilters that follow them don't have a clue about it because they don't read documents.
Right.
So they don't know about those things. I truly think they're just ignorant. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I just mean as in
Just don't understand it.
unknowledgeable
Yeah, right.
about it.
You know what
I
her
agree.
spirit animal is? A chihuahua. Or a Dachshund. One of the two. No offense.
No, I agree, Logan. Like, this is the problem, you guys. They only give pieces of information that fits conveniently to what their situation is. That's
Absolutely.
the problem with it.
Yep.
Biggest problem.
Exactly. Eagle Eye says, and the unknown blood in their daughter's case would be the first perfect thing to test for their foundation.
I have been screaming this. And why is it not?
And why do they not care about it? It's wild to think about. If this was your loved one and there was blood mixed with your loved one's blood, wouldn't you want to test that?
It's time to think about the family.
I wouldn't be able
Logan.
to sleep without testing it.
It's just okay to accept it for what it is because we have closure, Logan.
Yeah.
We
It's
have a
family time.
form of closure. And if you take it away, if you step back and pull that back from them, I think more her than anything, that closure's gone. And she can't deal with that. That's my opinion. She can't deal with that.
Huh.
Because
You know what?
it keeps that wound open and festering, if you know what I'm saying.
You know what might keep that wound open and festering would be, I don't know, maybe a mother that maybe feels like that she didn't do the mothering thing for her children, and now she's trying to live on through something to get that closure. That will help her for that closure, huh? Helping another family out with their child. I don't know. That's crazy to think.
You trying to erase guilt, you mean?
Uh-huh.
I know this is a little off topic, but I just saw it in the comments. Uncle Ted says it's wild that Bryan Kohberger was able to sneak past 2 cops that were outside, allegedly, apparently.
Right,
But
right.
the 4 people that the cops saw weren't able to sneak past them, if you remember
Nope.
them
They
speaking
saw
on
them.
that. But Bryan
Yep.
Kohberger did?
Yeah, they saw them. They just didn't care. And yes, you are correct. Well, again, Logan, we know he was a stealthy octopus ninja. So, you know.
Yep.
Yep.
We know that picture.
Very
was a
good point, Uncle
vacuum and
Ted.
the
Very good point.
swimsuit.
They're testing one item. Our very first case could be like, we have 6 items. And all 6 items might be, so we're not just doing IgG. Some are going to be like MVAC. Some are going to be hair. And now we have one
Hair.
that can do a hair with no follicle. So if this,
Well, so go test the hair that was found in Ethan's hand then, since you have the ability to do that. Or wait, I would do that if it existed, but kindly go fuck yourself. That was that, if I remember correctly. Okay.
yeah. So if this comes through and they're like, here it is, but there's 6 items that we need tested, theoretically to get to where we need to be. Obviously 6 items to test in possibly different ways. And if we're dealing with degraded DNA as well. So if that first case comes through, it could break our bank. And if it does, it does. We go back down to 0. We go back down to 0. If it's easy like ours, we could probably do a couple right now, but we don't know what's coming down that loop. So we need to plan. A single source and a very good DNA sample, fresh DNA sample. They were like, bam, easy peasy, $9,000. But you have several. It's degraded. They've got to amplify it. They got to multiply it. They got to put it in they got to add this. They got to MVAC. It's a different process. So different cases can potentially be 50, 60,000.
The number 6 is very telling.
So we can't just turn away and say, sorry, yours is too expensive. That's why they've been on the shelf all the time, this whole time in the first place.
Right.
So yeah.
The shelf, untested DNA.
Tracy, will you talk for a minute about why this funding is needed? And what I mean by that is I feel like there's probably a good portion of the public who thinks, well, the police should pay for this. Like, why don't they have the money? Will you talk a little bit about that to explain why that's not the case?
Well, just like we all know that not all funds are available. Sometimes you have to go to legislation and fight for them, and they need to be allocated to all different things. So first, I think teachers and I think law enforcement, they need to be first on the front line to get money for these things. Of course, I would love to say the police department can do that, but the hard, cold fact is they can't unless funding is there. So we are trying to fill those pockets for them, to give them another avenue to go down. Unfortunately, funding is not always there for them. So we're not in the legislative.
There's the handshake.
One of her children is, which she's
We
done.
are trying to fund the pockets for law enforcement to get the funding. That's the fill the pocket shit right there, bud. We are trying to help with the funding for law enforcement to do such things.
Yeah.
Expand DNA profiles so that they can put these cases to bed.
Yeah. There you go.
AKA, put the word DNA on it and send it. Because DNA is very confusing to people.
Uh-huh. Agreed. Most people don't understand this, okay?
No.
Like, they really don't understand this. Most people won't understand this and don't have to, okay? So whatever is being spoken on this, they could just take their word and say, oh, well, she told us it was this, and this, and that. And I believe her because, well, she's the victim's mother. And then that's all I need to hear. Moving on.
Yeah.
That's going to happen all over the place.
Because Bryan could have worked at that Jack in a Box and been an employee, and his DNA been on that bag, and it end up on that knife sheath.
Wait, hold on. Say that again?
So, Bryan, if he worked at where that food came from, right, and his DNA was on that bag, it could have ended up on that knife sheath.
Well, yeah, of course it could have.
And that's how they're trying to send it.
Could have ended up on that. Yeah.
I think it's funny on how she uses the word 6. 6, whatever. Basically, I think she said 6 DNA profiles. So why is it like there was 6 people in that house? I think that's very telling, some of her stuff she rambles off. So what if you take 6
Would be.
profiles and you da-da-da-da-da? Where did that come from, 6?
She just grabbed the number, I think. I mean,
I think
guess.
she, like how she grabs her words out of her ass, too. It's probably very true.
Would be.
Just trying to get those funds for them when they run out. Unfortunately, I think the government should give them an extended amount, just a flow of money, because we are stewards of each other. We need to take care of each other. And I shouldn't have to rely on the public to give me money to find out who my perpetrator is. But unfortunately, that's just the way things are these days.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate, but I mean, look at the budgets everywhere, so I want to make sure that the public understands that's why this is so important. It would be great if every police department had an unlimited fund for crime investigation.
Yes.
And
the public's
sadly
fault.
they don't. And smaller departments sometimes are even worse off. Christy, were you afraid that was going to happen with the case?
Absolutely. I was terrified. I didn't know that it was going to be a money issue. I just, after about 3 or 4 weeks, I was in full panic mode. It took me a while because I think just shock, just being in absolute shock. I think it took me a while to kind of catch up that we were hunting a killer.
Well, what the fuck else were you hunting?
And I do believe you guys that this is very important here too, because they were impatient. I get it. Anybody would be. You would want to know right now who did this, okay? They were impatient. I do believe it was seen how the whole public was impatient. Everybody was impatient. The college was impatient. We want to know who did this right now. Everybody does, especially the family. I think that was used against everybody. They rushed everything. They, in my opinion, I should say that. It's very important. And that's another reason. The reason why I brought this up was because she needed an answer now. She said this more than one time. She keeps talking about 7 weeks, 7 weeks, 7 weeks. No answer. I was going to go insane, all that. We know that, okay? And I get it. I agree with her. She should have.
3 to 4 weeks.
But I think she's accepting all of what she has accepted. That's one of the reasons why I think.
I think that 3 to 4 week shit is when Ellie was talking to them and they're like, oh, fuck, what are we going to do? We don't know how we're going to send this. We don't have DNA. And Steve knew too much shit. And that's when they cut him out.
Well, and then that and he wouldn't stop talking. That and he would. And I think I think that they were worried that he was going to. I think Steve has always known certain other things that he's never put out there. And I think because the way Steve was, he was a bit of a loose cannon. He was angry. He would blow up. We saw that when he didn't get the things he expected or wanted, he would blow up.
Misled.
I think that's one of the reasons why they pulled back on him, Mike.
They gaslit him.
Oh, of course they gaslit him.
And then they cut him out. They're like, oh, we can't do this anymore. We got to stop feeding this guy information. Then he just went someplace else and got leaked shit.
I'll be honest, and that's what his plan was. Don't you remember that he was told by the FBI that he would be arrested if he was going to go meet with the a CI, I think it was, at that hotel, and they said, if you do that, we will arrest you. End of story. So he backed away. He claims. He also had interactions with two of the grand jury members. Everything you're not supposed to do, he did because he wanted answers. Okay. That's what I'm saying. The impatience, the non-having patience to this, and I get why, I understand, has caused some of this, in my opinion, for them to be forced to believe this stuff. Okay? And they refuse to turn their head and look the other direction, knowing that they're wrong they know they're wrong about these things that they're saying. They know that it's been proven it's not true, and they're still going that way because that means you have to accept the fact that this may not be the answer to what happened here. They just won't do it. They won't do it. So, sorry, I don't mean to ramble. Go ahead, Logan.
Yeah,
I'm still surprised that an investigation where Steve is trying to impede in an investigation by meeting a possible witness at a
hotel,
drive-through or hotel or whatever it was.
Yeah.
in
Obstruction.
any other case, right? In any other
Absolute.
case, that would have been obstruction or impeding an investigation or anything like that.
Huh.
And he
Logan.
didn't get that. Why?
Logan, how many times have you seen them, this family, and again, I'm not attacking them, but I'm pointing this out. This family alone, how many times have you seen them do things that should
Yep.
be considered obstruction of justice?
3 off rip. There's 5 total, I bet.
Nobody else has done this before that I've ever seen. Okay. Now, after the fact, considering it's closed, they're still doing things that are highly illegal, and they're not, none of this, they've ever been called out for any of this.
Nope.
Everything they've done has been handled with kid gloves. Everything.
Front facing the media, baby.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Anybody else that would have done this, anything they've done would have been locked up, been held in contempt, whatever the hell you want to call it. Period.
That's
Okay.
a shit show.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's a good point, Heather. This case is so full of firsts, many of them, and hopefully last too, because I don't want to see this shit happen ever again.
It's so toxic.
That's an understatement.
You know, just the stuff we've been through, man. This thing is toxic.
Again, huge understatement.
Not personally, but with the people in this thing.
No, I get it. I know what you meant.
But for everybody else, they're like, oh, man.
All right.
And we were talking to law enforcement daily, saying anything. And of course, they were saying no. And then at one time, we heard somebody told us they have the sheath of the knife, and we were like, they do, and we were like, oh my gosh, what is, So we asked them, is this true? And then they said, how do you know that? And we're like, I mean, we had hundreds of emails a day, hundreds of messages a day. I mean, I honest to God.
This is redonkulous right here. She is past 3 weeks, and she's talking about the knife sheath when they saw it on freaking, day 1 in the body cam? What was that bullshit? Oh, they have the knife sheath. They finally told us they had the knife sheath.
Yeah, well, don't forget, Mike, they claim that they've never watched any of the stuff we have.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Either which way.
I still don't believe that. I don't, not with their daughter, Olivia, and their younger daughters. Like, they know that YouTube is YouTube, period. Okay. I still don't believe that they didn't know some of the things they're claiming they didn't know until later after the fact. So
she's so drawn out that they were left out to dry, and then they had the knife sheath.
Drama effect.
From Olivia to us, or from me to them, or came to see. I don't even remember how that. I honestly don't. But we were like, what? There's a sheath, and they said, how do you guys know that, or who told you that? And we were like, I don't know. We just heard that there was a sheath, and they're like, yeah, we can't deny that, but we can't confirm that either. We were
That's
like,
bullshit. They were fucking with the light bulb cam, the Linda Lane shit, and she can't. And then the knife sheath pops off. That's bullshit. We were talking to law enforcement.
When did we find out about the knife sheath? Let's ask that question.
That's the ladies. I don't know on that one. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, did anybody else, I don't think we heard anything about that until that PCA came out, right or wrong? I might be wrong because it's been so long, I don't remember, but.
I don't know. That's a good glitch. Whenever it came out on the snap.
Yeah, I think it was the PCA. So if we have access to that, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that at the very least Olivia was not going through that document. At the very least. Maybe not those two. I'll give them that. But Olivia had to know. And at that point had to have said, there's a weapon, a sheath to a weapon. And they knew.
Here's the question. At that point in time, in 3 weeks, what was the PCA even available for them to view?
I think so. I can't remember what day it came out. I'd have to look at it. But I do believe. Listen, I'm going to say this one more time. They may not have looked at documents, okay? I can say that much, but knowing what we know about Olivia, their daughter, she did.
Yeah.
She did. And don't tell me that she didn't say, Mom, Dad, look, this, that, this, and that is in this document. Whether they read them
100%.
themselves, their daughter did, without a doubt in my mind, and told them exactly the things that were listed in these documents. I have no doubt. I can't see her just ignoring that. Go ahead, Logan.
Go ahead, Kimmy. Go ahead.
I have a feeling that the sheath came out before the PCA, and the only reason I think that is because I remember watching the Grub Truck video, and that came out right away, didn't it? Didn't we know about that?
Yeah, it was like
Yeah,
within the
and
first
I
week,
remember
couple weeks.
watching and looking for, like, I remember looking at Jack Showalter and thinking he had a knife in his
Yes,
pocket,
yes.
and
Yeah.
I just feel like, I don't know, like, we'd have to go back and look. And I think Pedro's good at like finding old
He is.
video clips. Maybe
Very
he
good.
could scour for the sheath information when we found that. So maybe they did say it in an interview. If they were leaked that information, maybe they let that out ahead of time. Because I just remember, I think we knew that.
Yeah. Well, I remember when we found out, like, there were things being leaked, just since you brought that up. Thank you, Bianca.
Huh.
We found out very early on, we weren't supposed to, that Bethany was the one that made the 911 call because of that interview sitting in front of the police station where Steve got all snapped out and said, I paid that bill. The guy, the reporter stated it. He said Bethany made the phone call. Okay. So we knew then, but we weren't supposed to. If you were listening to that interview, I was like, oh shit. Okay. And then things just progressed. But there were things leaked like that all the time. So I have a tendency to believe, Kim, you might be right with that.
I feel like
I
this
really do.
probably
Now
follows the
I just
autopsy reports.
I just saw a comment that someone wrote, maybe it's just because we knew they were stabbed that I was looking for that. So maybe we didn't know exactly about the sheath. So yeah, I don't know.
It's hard.
Maybe it was following autopsy reports, huh? What was going to come out?
We didn't get any kind of autopsy reports.
Yeah, I know, but what they were going to state in the public, like, how were these kids really killed? Right? It was stated that they were. Is that what it followed? When did Mabbitt first come out?
They did it in her interview. Oh my God, I hate this.
Mabbitt's interview?
Was it the first week or was it like
maybe? Yeah,
I
it
don't know.
was second week. Maybe.
I feel like it sets pace
soon.
for when this sheath thing came out, huh?
But all Mabbitt said was they were killed with a very large knife.
Yeah.
Those were her.
Well, there
that
you
was her
go.
statement.
Then they send the sheath in the K-bar, a very large knife, knife 1. Look at all that shit she looked at. That's more
But
than one
the K-bar is
knife.
not a very large knife to me. I'm sorry.
She would have said these kids were killed with multiple weapons, not one knife.
Mabbitt was interviewed on the 16th.
And that was what, 2.5-ish weeks? 2.5?
November 16th is 3 days later.
Huh. That's when she came out in public?
3 days later. Mhm.
Oh,
3
ain't
days
that some
later.
shit? That just debunks my bullshit.
Here's the problem I have with the sheath. We all know I FOIA'd the MPD ISP, their mock purchase of the K-bar sheath, knife, and sharpener. They scratched up their sheath just by unboxing it. And you mean to tell me that the sheath at the scene didn't have a mark or scratch on it moving across country and being held onto for 8 months?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
I think you go play one game of baseball and put more something on that same style leather than what was on their bullshit.
Dude, putting it in the car, driving it across country, and carrying it into your home would put more scratches on it than it had on the other
Using
one.
it in a fighting, combat murder?
Come on, y'all.
There's not a mark on it? No way.
He was in the window with gloves on.
Thanks,
Jesus.
Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro.
What a shit show.
And don't forget Mariah believes you can kill somebody with a sheath. So that's important.
That's what Seahawks fans said. The sheath is a dangerous weapon.
Yes, I just saw that.
That's about
especially if it's my sheath is bigger than yours.
That's almost about as good as what I would feel being a size 6 running into that house with a size 12 shoe on, not laced up, trying to do this. not having that sheath on something. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who? I've always questioned that whole thing. I don't even want to get into this conversation because we can go on for hours about how it was not attached to a belt loop or any of that shit. We're not going to go there. Not anybody in their right mind would go in a house to purposely kill fucking people with a sheath in their hand, knowing that they have two hands now that are full of something. When you got to use the other hand to control the situation,
you got to keep in mind, this guy vacuumed in the middle of the night, too. That's calibrated, bud. I don't think so.
Yeah, well, none of this makes any sense. It never has, never will, and it's not supposed to.
And so we were like, if there is a sheath, hopefully they're going to get some DNA on this sheath. So like after a couple of weeks.
Hopefully they're going to get some DNA on this sheath.
All right, so
not
here it
from.
is. Kaylee said that we heard on the same day, the 16th, 3 days into this. That's kind of what I thought. It was pretty early on. So
rewind that and listen to what that trash bag just said. Hopefully we get some DNA on this sheath. Not off, on.
Heard that there was a sheath, and they're like, yeah, we can't deny that, but we can't confirm that either. So we were like, what does that mean? Is there? And then that was pretty early on. That was, and so we were like, if there is a sheath, hopefully they're going to get some DNA on this sheath. So like after a couple of weeks and nothing, I was like, I think we're done. I think I don't think we have anything. So just the thought of not having anything, and plus they were being very closed mouthed and not telling us anything. I was terrified.
I don't understand this.
And they were.
I don't understand this. And I think somebody just put it in chat too. Why are they banking on the sheath? Why not?
Hopefully.
Spit, hair, you know what I'm saying? Touch DNA on the bodies, on inside the house. And why are they banking on this sheath?
God, we had so much anxiety too, Logan.
I don't get it.
Sitting for weeks.
Yeah.
On this sheath, get some DNA on it, not off it.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm, gonna make this DNA company, because that's where they went wrong. But I'm not gonna admit it.
I don't know. It's just it's weird that they focused on this sheath, which I understand didn't come from inside the house, so it would have been brought from somewhere else. But
you're right.
Still, I mean, this. If you think about this crime, especially in the first couple of days, my mind would be thinking of how messy this was. 4 people, 2 floors in a house.
You know what, Logan? You just brought some, I don't know why I've never thought this before, but what you just said flipped this in my mind. It was never brought into question ever, and I mean ever, that we've ever heard. If it was, they never put it out anywhere whatsoever. I don't think it was ever looked into as though could the knife sheath have been something that came from inside the house. It was automatically part of the murder weapon and part of the perpetrator. It never was ever approached as though something that could have been in the home already that was maybe turned against them. You know what I mean by that?
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was never looked at as a defense weapon.
6. Is that what she said? Number 6? 6 profiles.
I have no idea what that means.
Because 6 profiles, there was 6 people in that house. Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Ethan, right? And then the other 2 survivors. She says that number 6 for a reason. Okay. She talks about 6 DNA profiles. What you need to do with 6 DNA profiles. So in what you're saying, I mean, that makes sense to me. Like, it's... Anyways, just go on.
Who said 6?
What's her face here? The Grinch.
Oh, okay.
She said, well, what if you would take a case and you had 6 profiles? Where does 6 profiles come out of her mouth when she doesn't even know anything about DNA? I'm sorry.
Well, there's 4 on the sheath.
Yep.
Right.
And there's
And
two
then
surviving
there's the
victims, so that
railing.
would make 6.
There's the
that
railing, and
are
then
in
there's
question.
Maddie's fingernails, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's
All
also
I-
there's also one at Jack D's house.
Yeah. All I was saying was that they never approached the sheath as anything other than this is what the murder weapon was part of, and this came from the perpetrator, period. Never. And any other investigation, you look at every angle of this, okay? You look at this. Could this have been an internal thing? Could one of the girls or anybody own this and they had it as a defense mechanism and it was turned against them? We never heard that. Never.
Wonder if they ever swabbed those two.
It's
Wonder
the
what?
same.
I didn't hear you, Mike. What?
I wonder if they ever swabbed Dylan and Bethany.
Well,
Yeah,
they
they
would have
did.
had to. They had to have, yeah.
Yeah, they did. It's the same as never looking at the perpetrator or perpetrators as more than one. They always, from the second one, it was always looked at as one person did this.
Yep.
It's
Yes.
almost like they knew where this was all headed.
Yeah. Bingo. And I'm telling you, this is what Eddie has said from like probably the first month into this, when he went through everything he did, when he looked at it. And I'm not saying Eddie's the be all end all, okay? I'm just telling you what his outcome, what his off take was about everything, okay? Was that this was scripted from the beginning, as far as investigation goes, that there was never, ever going to be anything beyond what it is now. It was always approached the same way, like with what Logan just said, what I just said about the sheath. They never approached it any other way. And what investigation there was, okay, or their lack of, was always this scripted story that they've had. No matter what, they never looked at it any other way. Any investigation we've ever looked at, guys, in any case, when you go into it, you look at every angle you could possibly look at and investigate it that way. This never happened here. Never. It never happened here. It was always Bryan, one person. Then it was always Bryan Kohberger. It was always the damn knife sheath. The knife sheath was there for this reason and this reason alone. All of it. Every piece of it was that way from day one.
Someone put a comment in the chat about that it was them not interviewing Bryan for them. And it's curious that because their reasoning, I'm assuming, would be, or what I've heard, you know, people that are on the guilter side say, well, he was a flight, like they were afraid he would, you know, flee or whatever. But the whole time they were looking at Jack Showalter and Connor Chestnut, and they were like, they literally named them as suspects, right?
Yeah, they were listed on the documents.
So you have suspects that you interviewed multiple times. Like, how many times they interviewed Jack Showalter? You interviewed him, but you didn't think he was a flight risk.
None of it ever
didn't stand. Like that has no weight.
It was like it was a show, Kim. Like, we have to look at all of these possibility of suspects, but they were never just gonna. It was just for, like, I see it as though it was just a show. It was always going to be Bryan or whoever the hell the patsy or whatever you want to call this person was. But we got to make it look good. So let's look at all these other guys and put these other guys in documents, so on and so forth. I know that sounds ridiculous, but look back at it how it was presented to us and say that then. You know what I mean?
I mean, they slowly opened the curtains with, are they breathing or does they have a pulse? No, defibrillator. They're passed out.
I thought I seen Dana using a knife when I dealing with.
I think that was the
I don't know
watermelon.
that one. Don't know that one.
Was it the fruit ninja?
The watermelon fruit ninja thing? Yeah. It could have been. I only noticed the watermelon, so I didn't see the other part of it.
That was like a machete, wasn't it?
That one was, yeah.
We're saying it was targeted, and we knew just because the coroner had told us that Maddie and Kaylee were killed first, and they were on the third floor.
How would she know that?
Oh, hold up. Now,
How would she know that?
oh my God. Let me play this back. Listen to this the way she says it.
because Steve says he didn't have to go up those stairs. So they told Christy that Maddie and Kaylee were killed first, but they told Steve that Xana and Ethan were killed first. Get the heck out of here.
6.
That's a good point. When did she find that out? It's almost done, Kim.
Hopefully they're going to get some DNA on this sheet. So like after a couple of weeks and nothing, I was like, I think we're done. I think I don't think we have anything. So just the thought of not having anything, and plus they were being very close mouthed and not telling us anything. I was terrified. I was literally like, and they were saying it was targeted. And we knew just because the coroner had told us that Maddie and Kaylee were killed first, and they were in the.
So the coroner told them, which I'm sure she wasn't supposed to do. The coroner told them that Maddie and Kaylee were killed first. I don't believe that.
Is that in the autopsy report, Logan?
No.
Not the ones we've seen.
It's
Okay,
not
well,
anywhere.
the coroner can only get that from the autopsy report. So
Right.
if
And
it's
she
not
didn't
in
do the
there,
autopsy.
she made that up. She what?
Yeah.
Or unless
Or
they
she
were
was-
tight with Payne, because he
Or
went
she
to
was
the
told to say that.
autopsy.
A pain don't know.
He went to the autopsy, though.
Yeah, but he still, again,
Yeah, he don't know, but did he have the information?
I have no idea. But
I don't
the
know.
point is,
Was that the
I
whole
think
talk of they stopped giving us information, Steve G?
if I don't know, but if my butt said that, she was told to say that, in my opinion, because she shouldn't have known that.
Yeah.
The narrative they give about like how how the perpetrator moved through the house and what they did, they're speculating just like we speculate.
It's trash.
I just
The
thought
latest-
of something.
The latest boxer thing that SG came out. Where did he come up with that from?
I just thought of something.
No, do it.
It is stated in the autopsy report that Kaylee's lividity is down her back side. So she died on her back. Here's the thing. They told us that she was basically cuddled up to Maddie, right? And moved after death. But here's the thing. Lividity doesn't settle in until 20 minutes to 2 hours. It just starts to go
Yeah.
and settle down. And it's well developed within 3 to 4 hours. So whoever moved her had to be in that house well after 20 minutes to 2 hours to move her after lividity had completely set in down her back.
We got to start this
So-
at 4
So
a.m.
then
though.
think of that timeline then. If they were killed around that 2:00 hour, and then after four,
I think it was
Things get
tormented
started
from
around.
2 to 4.
But that means even the white car
Yeah.
couldn't have been the person or people that moved
No.
Kaylee.
No.
Right.
Because they were only there for 15 minutes or whatever it was.
Yeah.
that
So they-
type of evidence, that lividity and that stuff that is the timeline. That's
Yeah.
the
Right.
Yes.
look at that, because that's science. Like
I
you
have
can't
said-
argue
Absolutely.
with that.
I've been screaming that, Kim, from the first week because of the time of death being labeled as noon. That was the first red flag right there. Huge red flag. No, the fuck it wasn't. There's no way in hell the time of death is noon. We know that. And they were forcing her to do that. They called it. There was no liver temperature testing done. There was nothing done of any of that. They didn't release anything explaining any kind of a real true to form timeline about when the time of death actually was.
You know what's
Okay.
sad though?
And that was very easily could have been done.
She was the last people to walk out of that house with BT before they handed over to the guard, Mr. Payne, to shovel all the shit right into the back of his vehicle.
So Jeffrey Gentry did explain calling the time of death, and he said that they call the time of death when the coroner
Interesting.
or when the officer checks the pulse and says there's no pulse, there's no saving them. That's when they call the time of death. That's
That's new to me. That is
So-
new to me.
it would be when the officers arrived and were able to have eyes on them to be able to call time of death.
Yeah, I
Could be
remember
later.
him saying that.
See, I don't I know what he does, and he's probably right. We've never ever done it that way here. And anything I've ever been around, I've never seen that done. It's based on what the coroner calls. When the coroner walks into the scene, they take custody of the scene. That is where they call it and when they call it. And they're supposed to do certain testing on this to help with that. They do, like
That's
I
what
said,
I was going to say is you would think they would do tests on the body to know the actual
Yes.
time of death. What if a
Yes.
body isn't found till a week later? That's when you call time of death and they've been
That's
dead
what
for
I'm
a week.
That's what I'm trying to point out. That's the whole point I'm trying to make with this. Never have I ever seen that done like that. And that has always bugged me because I'm telling you it was done purposely so that there cannot be an actual time of death given.
And the
That
biggest
way they
bugging
can run
part
whatever
being
timeline they want.
2 surviving victims that could have been suspects.
Well, they should have been, but
Yeah, which would mean you would want it at time of death, huh?
but
And
you
a
need
proper cell data on all their 8 hours of bullshit. Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing against Jeffrey Gentry. By no means, okay?
No, that's
I'm just
California
telling you,
too,
I
so.
never saw ever in my life have I ever seen anything like that. Yes, they will
Right.
take a pulse. They will say, okay, well, I found this person at this point, DOA. But then when the coroner steps in and takes custody, which is supposed to happen very quickly in most aspects, sometimes we've had to stand and wait for the coroner. I get it. I've been there and been that person that has to babysit. Okay. But then they do the testing they do to give actual time of death. They don't just say, okay, it was noon because that's when he said he took a pulse. That's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying what Jeffrey Gentry.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get you.
But
Absolutely.
I just don't understand that anyways, because then you would think that tests would be done, like you said, and you would
That is
you would want to
absolute.
find the actual time of death.
Yes.
It's an interesting thought is with Bill Thompson being there, going through there with Mabbitt. Was that one of those things where he was talking with her and I bet they spit out, so what do we think we're going to set the time of death at?
Wait, say that again.
Don't gap me like I do. So when Bill Thompson was in that house, remember, like we all questioned why was he there? When he walked through that house with Mabbitt, why do I want to say that not once that he didn't, that he would have said, so when are we going to set the time of death?
Well, yeah, they have to do that.
And that was part of his reason of being there.
Well, he has to ask that question as a prosecutor, but he himself
Ask the question in court, not stage it in the fucking house.
No, I'm not saying you're right. I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, his reasoning for being there is completely different. He's only supposed to be there to see the scene so that he can know how he's going to prosecute the situation.
But we rolled this back a little bit ago, and it was like, oh, why the hell was Bill Thompson even there? The prosecutor doesn't even go to the house.
He shouldn't have been. I agree with that. I've always said that, especially not before the fucking coroner.
Yeah.
Never. Because Bill Thompson went in the house, I think it was, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Mabbitt did not go in between until 8:30, 9 o'clock that night, even though she was there all day.
Hanging out the corner.
And they were doing nothing. They were doing nothing the whole time except taking pictures. So explain to me why Kathy was not allowed in that house.
Waiting for the FBI.
There's something wrong with that, okay? There's always been, it's always bothered me, and it always will. I don't care what anybody tells me the reason is. It does not make sense. Somebody sent this to me and says, yes, at a death scene, investigators may take measurements from the body to help estimate the time since death, but there isn't a single test that gives an exact time of death. The most relevant measurements can include body core temperature, rigor mortis, liver mortis, the scene ambient temperature, condition of body and surroundings. Excuse me, does someone actually measure the temperature at the scene? Yes, sometimes, and I've seen that done physically.
Best thing she had in her pocket was a multi-tool, Joe.
Well, whatever, but a death investigator or other trained personnel may take a core temperature measurement soon after the body is discovered because temperature can change rapidly after death and measurements become less useful as time passes. And nobody attempted to do that. Nobody attempted to do it.
And that's why I made that multi-tool comment. She didn't walk out of that house with nothing but her and Bill Thompson and a freaking schmug face.
She didn't have a bag. She didn't have a box. She didn't have a nothing.
No, she had another grim look that she was going to have to send some shit for these people. in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Can you imagine if that, remember how I made that comment that I feel like that's really her standing down in the corner? Can you imagine if she really stood down there for that long?
I doubt it.
They told her to stage on when she got, I think it was 1:30 in the afternoon when we heard it on body cam. Kathy's here. Okay, just tell her to stage down on King, and we'll get her whenever the hell else he said. But she was down there all day long. Never seen that before in my life, ever. Now, I will tell you, I've seen, and I've been the babysitter. We've had to stay with PD in some aspects and wait with the body till the coroner was freed up enough to be able to be there. But she was there right away. So why? I'm never going to be okay with any of that ever.
Jamila makes a good point. When all the cops were there, they were leaning up on the victims' cars.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
That's evidence. Why would you be leaning on the victims' cars?
The whole scene was completely botched, Logan. Everything that they did, it was like a bunch of high school kids showed up to do to cover the scene. You know what I mean?
It's wild.
Truly.
Yeah.
Third floor. All that's up there is Maddie and Kaylee's room and a bathroom.
Hold on. I think that volume detached somehow.
No, it didn't.
Was it there? I didn't hear it. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
So there was no reason to go upstairs unless if you were just wanting to go in and kill some people, you would have just started opening bedroom doors.
Right.
You know, so we knew Maddie or Kaylee were targeted. So they said, and they were in the same room, so you couldn't say which one. They were in Maddie's room. So, you know, we have 5 kids. You know, Kaylee was the middle of 5. We had 2 that were still living at home. We had a grandbaby. One of our younger daughters, she was very, very young, and she had she had a daughter. We had Phoebe in the house, you know, and I was like, what if this person was after Kaylee? But what if it's more than Kaylee? What if that was just the beginning? Maybe it's our family. Maybe it's actually Autumn or Aubrey. And they started with, you know, so you just, you're just like scared. I mean, I just remember the vibe in the house being so scary. I remember my sister coming over, and we live out on property, and we have a lot of light bulbs burnt out. My sister comes over. She asks a lady that's over at our house one day. She was actually our vice principal at the school. She was coming over talking to me. And she comes over to her, and she's just like, "Do you have a ladder?" And she's just like, "Yeah." I'm sitting there thinking, I just remember like what? She's like, "Can we borrow your ladder?" You know, she's like, "Yeah, I'll have my husband bring like a big ladder." And there she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she's just like, "You have some burnt out light bulbs and I'm replacing them." Next thing I know, my friend Laura brings over her big ladder. Her husband brings over this big, super tall ladder. And I'm like looking out there. My sister has a box light bulb. She's like replacing like all her light bulbs. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's just like, "These light bulbs are burned out. Do you understand that is not safe?" And this and that, you know, she's go, you know, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh. Okay." You know, so, I just think that, it was just terrifying. It was just terrifying.
They forgot to change one light bulb, and that's hers.
I didn't think they had anything. And when we got that call that night, it was 10:38. It was the night before the girls' celebration of life. We had a combined celebration of life for Maddie and Kaylee on December 30th. And on December 29th, I got a call at 10:38 p.m. from my attorney and said, "Christy, they have made an arrest." And I mean, I was like, "What? What do you mean? What?" To out of state, he said he's in Pennsylvania, this and that, and da 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 da. But the weird thing is, earlier that evening, Chief Fry did a press release. And he kind of had this like smirk on his face when he's talking. You know, he's just giving an update, which was nothing. They were always nothing updates,
Right.
You know. And he always kind of did have that little smirk on his face. And sometimes I'd be like, "Why do you have this?" Like, I just want to like slap that little smirk. Like, I don't know why you always have this. My friend Erin texts me and she says, "Christy, what's going on? Did you?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And she's like, "What's up? Like, did you just watch the press release?" I'm like, "Of course, you know." And she's like, what's up with the smirk on Chief Fry's face? I'm like, I don't know. He's always got that smirky little smirk. But yeah, I did notice it tonight, like being a little bit like more, you know? And she says, Chrissy, I think something's up. And she goes, she literally did. She said, I think they got somebody. And I said, I wish, I hope, but I doubt it. I said, he's all, she goes, no, there was something different about Chief Fry tonight. And she's Army. She was in the Army. So she comes, and an amazing woman, but, very in tune and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't know, Aaron, hopefully she goes, no, I think something's up. And she did. She did. She read off of, and obviously he had to be bursting at the seams when he did that press release, knowing his officers were back in Pennsylvania, staking out the house, getting ready to arrest this guy. So he did know, So he did. And she's just like, I think something's up. And I'm like, I hope so, but I doubt it. I'm like, if they, whatever. And I always think back, I'm like, Aaron, I'll never forget. You literally texted me and said something's up, but
once again,
getting that call, there's nothing like that,
What were you saying, bud?
Once again, somebody else notifies her something important that's going on in her daughter's case.
Yeah. I mean, that situation I can understand. There was no knowledge of anything, but there's so many other things that they just didn't pay attention to. I think that they should have realized and saw what they were. I've always said that. It's everybody else but them. So
it actually says that coroners and medical examiners actually recognize 3 different times of death rather than just one. The 3 times of death are physiologic time of death, the exact moment when the body's vital organs and critical functions actually stop working, the legal time of death, the official time recorded on the death certificate, which is often when a person is formally pronounced dead by a professional,
right,
and the estimated time of death, an educated guess made by the medical investigator or coroner based on physical evidence when the exact moment is unknown.
The only one we ever got, and it's not supposed to be just one. The only one we ever got was the legal one. That was it, which was so ridiculous. Because they knew that it had been when they got there, after they were there for a minute or two, or before, they knew that it had been a period of time. I'll just tell you, they knew. You could have walked in that house and caught a smell and realized right then and there. You can tell based on the rigor mortis, the lividity. And here's the thing, folks, to understand something, don't forget this. Nunez was an EMT before he became a police officer. He knew certain things when he walked in that room right away. Okay?
Yeah.
That's kind of an important point to make, too. That's all I'm saying.
I think we would have seen more of a authority figure on this property if, yes. Mm-hmm.
And go ahead.
No, finish, but then I have something to share.
All I was going to say is that's another thing that's always bothered me about Nunez. When I realized that he was an EMT beforehand, the statement that he makes when he walks in that room with Warner and he says, I believe that looks like we got a self-unaliving here, blah, blah, blah. And Warner says, how'd you get there? That man was an EMT for years, okay? And I'm just telling you right now that there are certain things from my own personal experience that when you look at a body, you just kind of can tell. Okay, some situations maybe not. But for the most part, when you look at a situation, you can kind of tell how it happened or what happened in some aspect. Why did he make that statement? I still have, that's always bothered me. And the only reason why I'm talking about it now is because I just brought him up again. Why did you make that statement? And why did Warner react to you the way he did? That's never going to be ever going to go away from me until I get a real answer on that.
It's almost like they were prepped. And it was one of those things where it was like I don't mean like a, hey buddy, but it was like, oh, hey, buddy, it looks like this is what you just said.
Like he was supposed to say it on body cam.
Oh, there we go, guys. There was just a comment in Sausage
Jesus
says, Gunderson admitted in Bloom's book that he was unprepared for the smell of blood that hit his nose the moment he walked in the door. So those kids could smell it, in my opinion. And I think we've all probably said that too, but it's just, I don't know how Bethany and Dylan could not smell that.
If they stayed in that room the entire time, maybe, but I don't believe they did, Logan. So yeah, I agree. They should have smelled it.
Accomplished Day sent me a post from Nancy Grace. It looks like it was maybe from this evening, but it says, "Murder has a name shared with me that they will have 3 billboards going up on Highway 90 in Idaho today. They were all donated. In October, they will be taking their first case from law enforcement to have a lab process. They are continuing to support their mission to remember their daughter, Kaylee Gonsalves. God bless these families."
Oh, wow. Kim, can you check back chat real quick,
There you
please?
go.
That's just crazy. Nancy Grace too, coming, she hadn't spoke on this other than her sly comments, and now she's what's she putting on billboards for?
All right, on we go. I think this is the end, so we're almost done, Kim.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. And saying, no, this is the person. Like, there's no mistake. There's no mistake. So,
Tracy, where can people find you guys? So if they want to learn more, about Kaylee's story, if they want to learn more about how they can support you guys at Murder Has a Name, where can they find you?
You can go to murderhasaname.com. We have a fantastic web designer, Celine Charlebois, who is, that webpage is fantastic. Very easy to navigate. There's a donate button. There's an entire page dedicated to Kaylee and who she is, who we see her as, and what her mission is, what will be remembered in her name forever. And I just, I hope the public will realize, let's all be proactive instead of reactive. Let's not go crazy when something happens. Let's do it before it happens.
Christy, I want to give you the last word here to say whatever you would like about your foundation, your family. The floor is yours.
This foundation, I think it is really going to, people are going to know about this foundation. It's going to take us a while to get this to grow, but we are aligning ourselves with the right people, such as yourself. Your platform is helping spread this word and the knowledge of what we are doing. And hopefully, one day we are just doing case after case after case and getting these people off the street and getting a family answers. What is better than that? What is better than that? How awesome would it be to get a case, pay for it, get an answer, and then be like, guess what, guys? This also solved this one, this one, this one, and this one. Because, he's been a little traveling murderer. He murdered in this state, this state, this state, and this state. Or back in 2000s, he was robbing people in California. Then he wound up killing somebody in Texas. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times they can't connect a killer. Like a lot of times they say, I think this is the same person. We think this is the same person. Oh, they don't always connect it.
Maybe you should look into your brother-in-law's case. I don't know.
I'm so curious about his case and how they feel about it. Do they talk to him? Are they, they
completely don't ever touch on that. Ever. Never have.
Family.
Yeah, I'm just curious the dynamic there.
I want to see the phone records.
Family or not, okay? Right is right, wrong is wrong. You don't, because family doesn't mean shit. If they do something wrong, you murder somebody, they're wrong. End of story. You don't support them. Sorry.
And they do. And with IgG, being able to use IgG now and grow these trees with GEDmatch, in this. And there's also DNA
Oh, be prepared. The end, guys. This is the big infomercial ending here. That's what she's doing right now.
Justice, don't quote me on that, but I think that they are one as well. But I know GEDmatch is one of the biggest in the United States to upload to for free. And they do also offer some really cool little genealogy tools for free. There's 3 different ones where you could do deeper dives into your heritage, which, it's not just for nothing. Like, people really are into their heritage. And I think that's great, and diving deeper. So they do allow you for free, and they do offer tools to go deep, deep, deep. And, I think they have some monthly subscriptions or something, but for free, because free talks,
Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker. How many times did she just say the word GEDmatch, folks?
Sign, seal, deliver, baby.
Is exactly what this is.
For free, they do off, when you do that upload, they do offer certain genealogy tools that you can, invest into for your diving deeper. So it's great, upload your DNA. These trees, we're getting these trees bigger and bigger and bigger. They're populating. And these cold case crimes.
She doesn't, William, at all. That's the whole thing. She's just trying to sell this without even really knowing what the hell she's talking about. And it's kind of pathetic, to be honest with you. Kimmy had to go to bed, guys. She had a long night last night. Didn't get to bed in the normal time and had a whole long day today, so she had to leave us early. So have a great night, Kim. We love you and appreciate you very much.
Absolutely.
You know what I think they're what's going to come up with in branch from this? The AI technology in catching criminals. They're building the database.
He's already talked about it, Mike.
It's like facial
He's gone into the
recognition.
AI shit many times already. So it is what it is.
Cyray.
But oh yeah,
I've always questioned, what is Cyray going to do for a job after what he just spoke on?
Work with Murder Has a Wallet.
With the AI technology and Steve and his craftiness.
Right. They're all going to be working together, bro. You know this. So pathetic.
That are underfunded because they're so backlogged with what's happening now, let alone being able to actually hit the actual backlog. It's 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 priceless. Honestly, getting the name of the perpetrator, who is a murderer, who is a raper, who is this, violent offender.
Who is a raper? Like you can't even say it the right way.
It's always in their mouth.
Who is she talking about?
I don't even know, really, to be honest with you.
I think just cold case in general. It could be a murderer or a raper.
Rapist.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am sorry. I'm gonna nitpick things when I'm irritated. Like it's probably wrong. Say it right. If you're gonna be the mouthpiece of someplace, then speak well for them at least. But
it's just the fact that Steve specifically and her, they attack everybody else for every tiny little thing, but here you are, not perfect at all. It's old. It's old that they think that they're higher and mightier and better than everybody else and talk down to everybody else, but you can't even pronounce the word.
Yeah.
Right.
I was a teacher, and then I just used to sit in the house, and
And I love, Biscuits is right. Sausage Biscuits said, sounds like this is who's giving them a paycheck. Are they brand ambassadors now? It sure as hell sounds like it. Without a doubt, Sausage, without a doubt.
In bed with Sai.
Priceless, and it's only gonna help our community, because for the most part, a lot of times they don't just strike once. They get away with it, and after so long, they strike again, or their crimes they just start getting worse. I'm not saying everyone, but their crime just continues. They just start, and then they go on a spree. So you know what? The sooner we can get them off the street, the potential to save lives, because it's very likely that person is going to commit a crime again. Not all.
I have no doubt in my mind that the Gonsalves and Sly Prey will be working together very shortly here, very close together, guys, without a doubt.
Speaking of working together, Simple Me Too just said in chat, I wouldn't doubt that the Gonsalves might use some of their younger daughters as a face for, yeah.
That I have no doubt either. That's a great point and a very
Yes.
interesting statement. I fully agree with that.
They just brought out the one.
They've already brought her out into the public eye.
Yep.
Think about that. You know what I mean? She's already there. They're allowing her to speak on things. They're allowing her to get involved. So what other
Yep.
reason would we need for this? Okay, come
Well,
on.
she is part of the family.
I'm no comment. I'm just gonna leave it go.
Mm-hmm.
Always, I'm not saying always, so I'm not gonna, just say it always happens, but it is very likely that if they kill once, they will potentially do it again. So we could be saving lives, literally saving lives.
Absolutely. So if you have $1, $10, $1 million, murderhasaname.com, hit the donate button. Christy, Tracy, you ladies have been absolutely amazing.
Murderhasawallet.com. Hit the donate button, guys. $1, $2, $10, $35, $1 million. Come on now, guys. We can do this.
Just give us a chance.
me a
Othram
break.
did such a great job, and we need to try to do better.
Give me a flipping break.
What if we bought the website Murder Has a Wallet and we actually put a donate button and actually helped solve cases for real under Murder Has a Wallet?
That's
That
what's
would
up.
be insane.
Jesus.
Today, I am so grateful to get to spend some time with you and to share your message. Murder Has a Name. You guys are going to be really busy coming up. I know it.
Thank
We're
you
ready.
very much for having us.
Yes, thank you so much, Claudia. We really appreciate it.
Oh,
Wow.
thank you, Claudia.
Wow. I have a huge feeling that the head of this entire thing is going to be Miss Olivia herself, guys. I have a bad feeling about that. God help anybody that gets involved is all I can say.
Bless her husband.
I'll be right back.
Oh, does your Rochelle says my daughter makes websites for a living. Oh, we could utilize yo.
You can buy it now for $99.99.
Take it. Sold.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. What's going on? What the hell are you laughing about?
He says, dang, her voice gives me gas.
Who's?
That's what Short Bus said in chat.
Who? The Grinch?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's freaking. I don't even know. She's bad. They're both bad. I don't even understand.
Yeah, Kaylee, you're right. The email to Jules is yeah. That's what's gotten me so upset is the attack that way, the thing said, because surely we could flip it around and say similar things.
Yeah, it's so
to attack
petty.
them as well. I mean, what is? Yeah, it's just disgusting. You're absolutely right, Bianca.
Without a doubt. Well, guys, it's a late one tonight, and that is again my fault because no internet earlier. So please, my deepest apologies for it being so late. But I do believe it was a great conversation, as always. Sorry we lost Kim a little early, but I feel so bad. So bad. Thank you, Joanne. There's a great video, by the way, to break down, Logan, because it does show some points that I think it just I think it's just more proof to what we believe goes on with this,
Yeah.
with them.
And their current role and what they're trying to project.
This has turned into an infomercial, period. Without even thinking twice on it. That's exactly what it is.
And here's the thing. They would probably, at this point, probably still annoy me with things like that they're not knowledgeable about, and having foundations and making money off of it and all sorts of stuff. It would still annoy me had they worked on their own daughter's case and read documents and done the due diligence that they were supposed to do for their daughter. But the fact that they didn't is what sits so off with me. They just didn't.
What bothers me is they keep talking about they can't wait for their first case, but they have invested no time with this into their own child's case. That bothers the hell out of me. Honest to God, it really does.
And as soon as her name, Kaylee's name comes out, if it comes out, it's seconds before they're on to a complete different topic. Our family, Kaylee, our family. This is for Kaylee and our family. And she elaborates more on our family than Kaylee.
Yeah.
Does it, Chip?
And their favorite daughter, Maddie.
Yeah. Good call, Logan. Good call. That is so weird. I cannot get beyond that. That is so weird.
It is, actually.
You know, it makes me think about that arm stuff that you pointed out months ago.
What are we talking about?
Mm-hmm.
The arm, what do we want to call it?
Self,
yeah,
not niceness. Kaylee.
Scars. Yeah.
There was something going on way back when. There was a statement made about family trauma. If you guys remember that statement being made, there's some other things that make a few of us want to know some things from beforehand. Okay, I have questions. I have a lot of questions. Let's put it that way. So, Ms. Logan, do you have any last thoughts before we get on out of here and we let these beautiful and amazing people go to sleep?
I just want to thank everybody for being here. We started late today, which was actually kind of fun to do it at a different time. So I just appreciate everybody hanging out with us and being here. We had a late night, but I think it was really fun. So thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody who donated, gifted, hung out with us, commented, shared, followed. Make sure and head over to Mikey's channel and give him a subscribe if you haven't already. He's growing and we love it. Head to Dago's, and I know you guys already have. So subscribe to him as well if you have not. But anyways, thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate all of you. We will, my channel, we'll see you on Monday, of course. Have a great weekend. Do something nice for yourself. Be kind, but more importantly, be kind to your animals.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that and for being here with us tonight. As always, always appreciated, Logan. We appreciate you so very much. And Mikey, any last words, sir?
I want to thank you two for all you do for the community and everybody in chat that shows up every night and, gives us ideas, support. It's all teamwork.
Without a doubt. Takes a village, folks, and we are that village, in my opinion. We have been from the beginning and will be till the very, very bitter end whenever that happens. Thank you all so much again, Logan and Mike. Thank you for being here. Miss Kim, I'm so sorry. I felt so bad for her. We appreciate you so much, Kim. I hope you get a good night's sleep. You definitely deserve it. Thank you for your amazing knowledge on the things you talk about and do and the things you do on your show. Please make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet done it to Typically Unique. It's definitely something you don't want to miss. She always puts on an amazing show, just as much as Miss Logan does with Bronx Tales. And now our friend Mikey here is killing it, guys. He had an amazing show last night. Super proud of you, still, bro. I mean, like, killing it right out of the gate. Amazing stuff.
I appreciate you. That's all because of y'all.
It's about time, dude. I'm grateful you finally took that step, and it is banging away. So
I was stalled out, so you know.
it happens. You waited. You did what you needed to do, and you did it right. So I'm very proud of you, sir. Very proud.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
100%. And everybody in the chat, you guys are beyond amazing. You guys know it. Just you absolutely. I have no words. Again, thank you, Rena Mankoff, Princess Del Fate, for those. Christine, thank you very much. Casey, congrats on a month. Turkey Creek, welcome to the family. Deirdre, thank you. Miss Briley, I think it is. Offset, thank you, and thank you. Miss Bianca, thank you so much for that. As always, Perfume, thank you. Double M, F1, thank you for that. Rescue, thank you so much. God bless. Chad, thank you. Hangman, thank you for those jewels. And Rescue again, thank you. Sasha, thank you again and again and again. Frustration speculation, congrats and happy anniversary on that. Miss Sasha, thank you. Ms. Rosie, thank you, and thank you. Fly on the wall, thank you so much for that. Those jewels. Sweet Pea, thank you. Saluthi dropping those as well. Thank you so much. Miss Bianca, thank you so much for those memberships. God bless.
Thank you, Bianca.
Yes. Red Sonia, thank you very much and appreciated. Blue Eyed, thank you. Accomplished Day, congrats and welcome to the family. And Psycho Stench, congrats and thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Welcome to all the new members that have joined us. I missed Miss Logan. Thank you for dropping those memberships. That's awesome. God bless. To all the new pack, welcome to the family. I say family because I think we're all one big family, even though we have our own little corners. We are one big happy family, guys, and that is what I love about us all. Thank you all for being who you are. You guys are amazing. Thank you to our amazing moderators, whom without we wouldn't exist, in my opinion. I'm so very grateful to each and every one of you taking time out of your lives, sticking around till it's 1 o'clock in the morning here with us guys on the East Coast. Thank you so much for being here. And you could be sleeping in a happy bed right now, but you are right here with us, and that is why we love you. Thank you so very much, guys. Thank you to all the amazing people in this community. You guys rock. I'm telling you, God bless. I don't know where I'm going to be tomorrow because I have to take all of this apart and hopefully move it somewhere because we're moving. I hope to see somebody tomorrow when I get this all put back together somewhere, hopefully. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us tonight for this. And again, my deepest apologies. It was so late. I really appreciate your guys' understanding. It's been a crazy ass week, guys, and hopefully it gets better next week.
It is not your fault, Dago. It is. You cannot control if your power goes out.
Well, still.
Technically, me and the girls got cranky too and wanted to do it, you know.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we didn't miss it.
Mm-hmm.
I love doing this. I tell you guys this every week. This is my favorite thing to do.
Yep.
Absolutely my favorite thing. I love the people that I get to work with. I look forward to this. As soon as I shut it down on Saturday nights, I'm ready to do it again, guys, every time. So thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you to anybody that may have donated in other aspects. It is so very much appreciated. I promise you. More than you know. Never expected, but always appreciated. So that being said, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change anything. You guys truly are absolutely the beautiful people. And you know what that means, folks.
The verdict is in.
My name is Jeff.
Good night, everybody. Love to you all. Bye.
Thanks for coming through to the verdict room where we're seeking truth. Yeah, we're seeking truth. Hey. Last 24, they rewinded. True crime heads go find it. Breaking every angle, every track. Bronx telling tales, keeps us on track. Typically unique, never act. Being real, being sharp, being exact. Exposing every secret in the dark. Every little timeline, every mark. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking
replace facts. Looking for the motive in the cracks. Red yarn on the board, then it snaps. Voices in my ear through the week till they hit play. Then we speak. Files on the table, case on the line. They don't just tell it, they define.
Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. From the Bronx to the world, let it ring. Every missing little detail that they bring, dropping that gavel when they're done with the beat. Thanks for tapping in, see you next week. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe seats, working together.